whether it's zero-knowledge proofs, multi-party FHE, IO, how to make stuff like frogs, how to use ZooPass, how to use like kind of like the next version of the data stack of 0xSpark. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff. It will be split into 2 rooms with 2 workshops running in parallel. I will give more details on this later. But the important thing is this morning it's talks, this afternoon is you do stuff. So we only have 30-minute break between the morning and the afternoon, so it's pretty important if you want to come back to be back on time. Next slide, please. This morning we have 4 talks. The first one will be from Vitalik on the far future of cryptography. Then we will have Albert Nee on also the future of cryptography, but this time on the real, the surreal, and the super real. Barry Whitehead will come next with a whiteboard on stage to do some whiteboarding, and we will close with Gupsheep on contact. Next slide, please. So the afternoon will start at 12:30 p.m. The lunch break is only 30 minutes, so please be back on time. We will have, as I said before, 4 workshops, 2 of them running in parallel. The first set of workshops will be multi-party fully homomorphic encryption in practice, and the other one will be programmable cryptography from a software engineering lens. Next slide, please. I will break them down. Next slide, please. So the first workshop will be from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. in Breakout 3, so that's this room. The main content will be a workshop from Gupsheep on extending the frog zone. So if you've been to the frog shop downstairs and you have seen like these 2 tables with 4 computers each, and you've played this game where you're a little frog trying to kill the dragon, that's the frog zone. Gupsheep calls the frog zone the slowest and most expensive video game ever made. The frog zone requires about 1,000 CPU cores for 4 players to run in parallel. It's all running in a data center in Singapore, actually, close by. And Gupsheep will walk you through, okay, how do we add new features to the frog zone? Like, this application is pretty crazy from the cryptography, DevOps, client-side perspective. So he will walk through doing that. And we'll have a bunch of additional talks on MPFHE, rewriting the cryptography library that's used by the frog zone, and so forth. Next slide, please. The other workshop that will run in parallel in Breakout 2, which is a much smaller room, so it will be first comes, first served, will be a workshop from myself on Pod 2, which is basically a new way of expressing data that can compose using both formal proof and zero-knowledge proof. So we will walk through how we built it, how to use it, etc. And then we'll have a bunch of additional lighting talks around what was Pod 2 put together from the circuit perspective. We'll have a talk from Ayush Gupta on ZK email, which is a way to import emails as cryptographic data, and we'll have a talk from Kevin Kwok on the construction of the hardware frog, which is this little chip that you might have used to get cyber frogs. Next slide, please. We will have then 2 workshops running in parallel after these 2. Next slide. One on building consumer apps with programmable cryptography in Breakout 3, so that's here, at 2:15 p.m. You only have 15-minute break between the first batch of workshop and the second batch. We'll have 2 talks on 2 applications built with the ZooPass API and pods and GPC, and then a talk on how the frogs were put together, a talk on how to import pods on chain, and a talk on how Meerkat was put together, which is the Q&A application you probably have used throughout the conference. Next slide. And in fact, no, that's previous. Okay, the title is wrong. It's not programmable cryptography from a software engineering ALS. The last workshop is on I/O. So the main content is going to be a workshop from Barry Whitehead and Jamajaya Mall on the I/O bounty deep dive that they've announced this week. And then we'll have 2 other talks on cryptographic assumptions for I/O and ORAM, which is another tool in the cryptography stack. Next slide. So that's it. These are the 4 workshops. The first batch will start at 12:30 p.m. The second batch will start at 2:15. 1 workshop running here in Breakout 3 and 1 workshop running in Breakout 2. If you're interested in Breakout 2 workshops, please be on time because the room will probably get full. Next slide. So up next, we have our 4 speakers. And with that, I will give the stage to Vitalik. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. So the far future of cryptography. Sorry. Okay. Next slide. Okay, great. So I think first, we'll talk about the very recent past and I think still ongoing present of cryptography, right? I think the biggest change that we've seen over the last few years is basically the way that snarks have really taken over everything, right? And one of the analogies that I've used is I've thought of snarks as being similar to a transformer, right? So this is the GPT architecture that's now famous from AI land. And the analogy here is basically that if you think about what GPT did, right, it basically took a whole bunch of different use cases for which thousands of people have been putting in years of hard work, years of application-specific algorithms, application-specific data gathering, application-specific expertise, and it just like swept all of that away with just a really dumb system where you just like take half the internet, like throw it into a funnel, and then like run a bunch of GPUs for a while, and it just manages to magically outperform all of them as a general purpose architecture, right? And snarks have done basically exactly that same thing for cryptography, right? So we've seen ring signatures, we've seen range proofs, we've seen all kinds of different use cases just basically swept away and subsumed under this umbrella of I am just making a proof about a computation about private data that is expressed as some kind of standard arithmetic circuit in a standardized language, and that you can make a fairly short proof that just proves whatever claim you want to prove about private information that you have in zero knowledge. And at the same time, it also solves scalability, right? So it's this extremely powerful general purpose technology, and the Ethereum roadmap has already changed completely as a result, right? So if you look at the plans that Ethereum has for the next few years, all of the far future stuff really depends on snarks existing. The roadmap for replacing Virtual trees with something quantum safe depends on snarks. The roadmap for long-term full light clients depends on snarks. The rollups started off being optimistic rollups, and now there's ZK rollups, and they demand on snarks or depend on snarks. They're also Plasma. Before snarks, it was a very limited architecture that could only do a little bit. After snarks, it actually has become something quite a bit more powerful. So snarks have really overturned everything, and in a lot of ways, they've also simplified a lot of things, right? Like, if you remember trying to design protocols in the pre-snark era, like you really need specialized cryptographers putting in a lot of specialized cryptographic work to make specific applications work, whether it's range proofs, or it's ring signatures, or it's linkable ring signatures, or it's Chalmian blinding. Every one of these primitives would require a cryptographic professional to do a whole bunch of work, and even still, you'd only make something that works for a few particular sets of applications. Snarks, non-cryptographers can just go in and they can do their thing, put in their code, and it just works. Next slide. So let's talk about what happens beyond snarks. So in one of my recent posts talking about the future of the Ethereum protocol, I made this analogy to these Egyptian god cards from Yu-Gi-Oh, right? These like extremely powerful monsters that just have these incredible powers, right? And in Yu-Gi-Oh Legend, these cards are so powerful that it's physically dangerous to actually attempt to create one of them, and you're not actually allowed to use them in duels, right? And like these three protocols, I think, are exactly that powerful in the same way, right? So we talked about snarks, but let's talk about the other two items in the series, right? So the one in the middle is fully homomorphic encryption. Fully homomorphic encryption lets you do any computation on encrypted data without being able to learn anything about that data. This is extremely powerful. This basically lets you take a very wide class of applications and just express them very easily as an FHE problem. I have private data, and I want you to do an run some algorithm on the private data and give me the results without actually learning my private data. That's an FHE problem. I want to be able to train on people's data without learning the data. That's also an FHE problem. You do need a little bit of cleverness to make sure that like the thing that the model actually learns about you doesn't actually itself reveal your data, and like that's a differential privacy thing, right? But the bulk of the hardness like actually is just captured by the FHE piece. If you want many kinds of like privacy preserving architectures, privacy preserving DAOs, as long as you're willing to accept certain trust assumptions, it becomes an FHE problem. FHE is like actually an incredibly powerful technology. Another thing that it gives you actually is it gives you private information retrieval, so the ability to make queries against a database without the database learning what you're asking for. And one use case of this is privacy preserving light clients, right? So you can have an Ethereum light client, and your light client can go and like ask for like some piece of data about history without the server actually learning what you're asking for. So very powerful stuff. But you know, we also have to get to the third Egyptian God protocol, which is obfuscation, right? You can encrypt a program in such a way that the encrypted program has the exact same functionality, but if you have a copy of the encrypted program, you can learn nothing about the internals of it, like basically except for what the inputs and outputs are. Now, technically, like that exact definition is like not exactly achievable, but like in like for any realistic use case, it's like basically close enough to that, right? And so, obfuscation lets you actually do everything that FHE does, but it lets you kick out like even more of the trust assumptions, almost all of them. You can do DAOs that have secrets. You can actually use obfuscation to implement basically any other cryptographic protocol. You can use obfuscation to implement encrypted mempools. You can use obfuscation to implement a ZK snark scheme where verifying the snark only requires verifying a signature. It can let you implement like any kind of FHE, MPC, two-party computation. It like basically is a superset of like almost everything else cryptographic. So in order to try to make this a little bit more concrete, let's look at voting as an example, right? So I think of voting as an example because, I mean, obviously voting is important in itself, but also voting to me is like a stand-in for basically any kind of on-chain mechanism that is not purely financialized, right? So, I mean, I wrote, this is like one of my own frameworks, right? So I wrote an article about this. I think this was the one on Nathan Schneider's Crypto Economics or Coordination Good and Bad. But what I call financialized is basically mechanisms where you don't mind people arbitrarily colluding. And one example of this is like if you compare money to, let's say, like likes on Reddit, right? If you think of money, I give you $1 in exchange for you giving me $1 is not a problem. It's working as intended. On Reddit or on Twitter, I upvote your post in exchange for you upvoting my post, especially if it got optimized to infinity, would just completely break the system, right? And so if you want to support any kind of mechanism that is not financialized, then like that means that you have to be able to prevent collusion in some way, at least make it difficult to trust. And that requires, as it turns out, exactly the same type of properties that voting requires. So let's look at voting as an example. So base case, put it on the blockchain. So what does putting it on the blockchain give you, right? It gives you public verifiability, so anyone can check that the result was computed correctly, and it gives you censorship resistance. If you're an eligible voter, no one can stop you from voting. So it's a good starting point. DAOs have been doing this for a very long time, very basic. Now, of course, voting on the blockchain has a lot of problems. So let's talk about adding cryptography on top. Let's add ZK snarks. Keep the previous properties, but you also add, and you keep public verifiability, but you also have censorship resistance. Okay, no, sorry, I wrote this incorrectly. The thing that you add is privacy, right? Basically, if you vote, then no one will be able to tell which person made a particular vote. You'll still be able to see the contents of the votes, but you will not be able to see like who actually made a particular vote, right? And this already is a very significant privacy gain. It already makes many types of collusion much harder, and like it's already a really significant improvement, right? But it's still not enough, right? And the reason it's still not enough is basically that if you really wanted to sell your vote, then if you made a ZK snark, you could still prove to someone else that you voted for some particular candidate very easily. So let's add the Macy mechanism. The Macy mechanism does not rely on any new cryptography. It keeps the previous properties, but it also adds coercion resistance, right? And assuming that the server is honest. So assuming that the server is honest, you add this new property, which is that you cannot prove who you voted for, even if you wanted to make that kind of proof. And this adds like a very large friction against actually trying to implement any of this kind of bribing, because basically, either they have to do some kind of like side channel attack against you directly as a voter, or they actually have to like attack the server. Now, let's add FHE, right? So with FHE, you keep the previous properties, but if you add FHE together with threshold decryption, you can make the coercion resistance guarantee only depend on an M of n assumption. So instead of relying on one operator, you can rely on potentially, like, say, 7 operators, out of which like 4 need to be honest, right? Now, there are voting protocols that have existed since like 2002 that have given all of these properties depending on an M of n assumption with simpler technology, but those protocols, they gave all of these properties under that assumption. This kind of design actually gives every property except for coercion resistance an even stronger guarantee. And if you do it with general purpose cryptography, it generalizes much more naturally to any voting system. If you have a system that's designed for doing simple vote counting, you can switch it over to doing quadratic voting, quadratic funding with like a few lines of code. You can switch it over to doing pairwise bounded quadratic voting, a few lines of code. You can switch it over to doing cluster matching, a few lines of code. You can switch it over to doing the community notes bridging matrix factorization algorithm with only the lines of code that you need to actually implement that matrix factorization algorithm. I mean, if you want to do it efficiently, it's a bit hard, but the algorithm itself, like basically about 20 lines of code, right? So FHE, basically, together with snarks, you actually create this like very general purpose design, and you keep all of these properties that you want out of a voting system, except coercion resistance depends on an M of n assumption, which is like not ideal, right? Because M out of n can still collude silently, and they can collude silently. They can like pass all of the information over to the NSA, and like no one would be able to actually tell that any collusion is happening. So now let's add obfuscation. So with obfuscation, you can keep the previous properties, but you can make it so that extracting or proving any information at all about individual votes requires blockchain consensus, and you can even make it require some amount of proof of work per bit of entropy that you extract. So how do you do this? Basically, when a user votes, instead of sending their vote to a threshold key, or like FHE encrypting it to a threshold key, they FHE encrypt it to a key that is inside of an obfuscated program. And so this is a trusted setup, but there are ways to make the trusted setup be one of n, and you can make the n be like extremely large, right? So FHE encrypted into this key that's held inside of a program, and then that program only gives the total output of all of the votes. And in order to give the total output at all, and even there, it's not going to give the full number. It's just going to give like the 1 bit, basically who won, right? And or potentially a few more bits if it's like quadratic funding, right? And the way that this program works is it tallies the votes, and it also checks that there is a proof that the blockchain consensus finalized it, and on top of that, it also can check for like some little amount of proof of work, right? So you could do it like, say, like $500 worth of proof of work, or you could imagine like Ethereum eventually adding like maybe like $10,000 proof of work on every finalized block, or like some simple amount, right? And so then, even if the blockchain consensus all colluded, even if like everyone colluded, they would only be able to extract a very small number of bits of entropy from the system, right? And so actually and then you can also make the program add a little bit of Gaussian noise, and so extracting any information about how an individual voter voted will basically just become extremely hard. So this is like very close to ideal, right? So, but there's more. So we'll talk about one-shot signatures. One-shot signatures are a primitive where you can have a key where that key can only be used in order to make one signature. One-shot signatures require users to have quantum computers. So this is a milestone that will come quite a bit after the bad guys have quantum computers, right? When quantum computers come, they're going to be like $100 million things. You know, the bad guys, or at least the people that we consider threats, will have them first, right? And so you'll have to wait quite a bit of time after that until regular users can also have quantum computers, right? But what you do is, what this is basically, you know, you can have a public key, and it's a mechanism by which it's a public key such that for any given nonce, you're only it's only possible for the owner of the private key to sign exactly one message with that nonce. And this all depends on the quantum no-cloning theorem, right? If you have a quantum state, then you cannot actually copy the quantum state. There's mathematical proofs that this is impossible. And the signature scheme depends on solving a problem which is infeasible with classical computers, but doable with quantum computers. And so you're basically like proving that you have and that you're spending one of these unclonable quantum states. So this could actually be used to make quantum money without a blockchain. Now, it doesn't remove the need for blockchains completely. It still doesn't solve censorship resistance on its own. But this is the thing that, like, I don't want to call an Egyptian god protocol, because, like, this is not just in the land of computer science. This is, like, in the land of physics, right? And so it's, like, it's some kind of tier that's, like, even more powerful than these things. So when will we get all of this technology, right? So ZK snarks, we're seeing an increasingly high level of maturity. I mean, I personally would declare victory once we're able to actually have ZK EVMs that are proving blocks within one slot. Currently, we're probably still like a couple of orders of magnitude away from this, but there's a huge amount of progress. There's a huge amount of work in binary field proving systems. Like, basically, the race is on. FHE, we're starting to see viable applications. So if anyone here was at Edge City, you probably got one of those like square wristband things, and there was an application called Cursive where basically you could provide a list of what your interests are, someone else could provide a list of what their interests are, and it actually used FHE to compute the intersection. So we're starting to like see toy applications that like consumers can actually use on local devices. The FHE has roughly 1 million factor overhead, and so you can run business logic inside of it, but realistically, you cannot run cryptography inside of it, right? So it's like at that interesting level where it's like good for some things, it's still not good for a lot of things. It's in that middle zone. Obfuscation. The big news over the last few years is that we're starting to see viable protocols. In 2020, there was the first protocol that was dependent on only standard assumptions. And this protocol, someone actually tried to implement it, and they discovered that it would take 10 to the power of 27 years to run. A year later, someone created a slightly improved protocol, and someone else started to implement it, and they're estimating that it's going to take 1 year to run. Now, there's also a separate line of work that's trying to make obfuscation protocols based on slightly more exotic assumptions, and it's like actually more debatable in the long run whether this is more or less secure, right? Because it's like, on the one hand, you have more exotic lattice-based assumptions that are like based on multilinear map constructions and like zero testing and like that whole line of stuff. But on the other side, you have like normie assumptions about lattices. I mean, go out and like ask a normie what they assume about lattices, right? That kind of stuff. But at the same time, you have to like assume that and elliptic curve pairings and like one or two other things, right? And so, but that stuff, if you want to obfuscate a program, it takes like a couple of weeks, right? And then one-shot signature is obviously no idea, definitely a long time, and we'll see quantum computers break half of existing cryptography, including anything elliptic curve based long before this actually becomes possible. So basically, I think the takeaway is that all this stuff that was like extreme science fiction a decade ago is like slowly coming into view, right? Every single piece is like, with every single passing year, is becoming slightly more and more clear. And I think we can actually really start getting excited about these things, right? And we get excited about a world where cryptography actually can get to the point of, in a general purpose way, actually being able to replicate or replace the functionality of any trusted third party. And I think that future will be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitalik. So we will do 3 minutes of Q&A. We have the QR code here you can scan to both add questions and upvote questions. There are only 2 questions so far, and one with, I'll start with the fun one, which is, Vitalik, have you played the frog game? And if yes, how many frogs have you collected?
Unfortunately, not this time. I've had like 0 time to do anything other than jumping around Devcon stuff. But here it's been fun. Okay, what advantages will the snarkification of the beacon chain have? I think the big one is basically that you will have light clients that will be able to fully verify the Ethereum protocol, right? So like on your phone, on your watch, anywhere that you want to do things with Ethereum, you'll be able to like actually fully verify the rules of the chain. And like you'll be part of the mechanism that ensures that the chain and like even 51% of the stakers are not changing the rules on you. And that's and this will all just like happen passively and automatically. To invite me to a conference to speak at, how does one go? I'm not answering. One-shot signature on the book possible, not answering. Can we call Beam Chain Ethereum 3.0? I think no. And I think this is like an important misconception, right? Because I think like a lot of people like got this weird Twitter impression that like, oh, in the Beam chain, it will only happen in 2029, and it only gives you these nice ivory tower properties about the consensus layer, and so it doesn't even mean anything for users, and like this is Ethereum 3.0, right? And the reality is like very different from that, right? The Beam chain is only covering the Ethereum consensus layer, which is only like maybe 1/3 or 1/4 of the Ethereum stack, right? The execution layer, so the EVM, has its own roadmap, and then layer 2s and layer 2 interoperability has its own roadmap. And even on the consensus side, all of the key things that are actually meaningful for users, so especially getting dank sharding up, I think can happen a lot sooner than 2029. Thank you. Okay, more questions. What do I think about TEEs? I mean, I think they're definitely interesting for some uses, though I think it's always important to remember that like they depend on a lot of trust in specific manufacturers, and they get frequently broken, right? And so you want to use them for like applications where they're either just additive in terms of security or where the cost of them breaking is like not too high, right? You don't actually want to use them to like literally replace cryptography. So, use them responsibly. What can one-shot signatures plus obfuscation plus blockchain not do? It cannot give you true love. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitalik. So while our next speaker is going to prepare the connection with their laptop, I've been sent to entertain you guys. So one thing I find interesting with Vitalik's presentation is when you start listing down these cryptographic protocols one by one, you don't need to like squint your eyes that hard to kind of like see some form of mathematical computer emerge, right? Like each of these primitives are synergistic with each other. As an example, one primitive Vitalik did not talk about is ORAM, oblivious RAM. And one thing that's interesting with that is the same way in traditional computers, we could put all of our state in CPU registers, but we don't because they're hella expensive. And we have, like, multiple layers of storage. We have CPU registers, RAM, block storage, network storage, etc. It's probably going to be the case that with cryptography, we will have to do the same. So while some of these protocols can technically do everything, we'll probably compose them with each other in order to like reap the best performance possible. And so who knows, maybe in a decade we will have cryptography computer engineers whose entire job is to build computers out of polynomials and not out of silicon, and they will, one thing I was thinking about yesterday night when I couldn't sleep is who's going to be the TSMC of cryptography, you know? Kind of like a polynomial constructor for hire that put together the biggest cryptography computers. I will also check with AV if we're ready. We're ready? Okay, cool. So I will introduce our next speaker to the stage. So Albert Nee has been many things to many people at both the Ethereum Foundation and 0x Park, but above all, he's someone who pushes us all to think in more direction, and I think he's going to do that yet once again with this talk, titled The Future of Cryptography, the Real, Surreal, and Super Real. Thank you, Albert.
Like I said, we have to do this. There we go. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Justin, for a very fitting intro. Today, above all, I want to share some interesting ways I think about the future of cryptography. Some, many perhaps, are ways people have not considered. This is going to go to some interesting places as the title hints at. But before I dive in, I want to emphasize that while I want folks to consider more directions, the point is not to replace how you currently think about things. This is not new thinking in a totalizing sense. It's not declaring. It's not even predicting, at least not in the sense that people usually interpret the concept of talking about the future. This is just thinking, creating awareness for what may be possible and may be true, because sometimes that awareness is what makes something unexpectedly possible. We don't have much time, so I'm going to talk as fast as possible. Just kidding, but seriously, buckle up. So part one, the real. Let's start with some easy stuff, things many of you know if you've been exploring modern cryptography. Here are some slogans, if you will. Come for the encryption, stay for the signatures. Or come for the security, stay for the interoperability. Like today, HTTPS is a statement of security, but maybe ZTTPS or PCTP, Programmable Cryptography Transfer Protocol, will be a statement of possibility. How about this? Come for the nuke-proof paint, stay for the superconductor. We've known for a long time that cryptography is digital nuke-proof paint, but it's the superconductor aspect that we are only beginning to realize and understand. Now I want to go in a bit of a different direction. Here's a quote from Steve Jobs, recorded in the book Valley of Genius, an oral history of Silicon Valley that I'd highly recommend. One of many things that stands out from this quote is this phrase, medium of expression. Today, what is this thing we call computer technology? What is it a medium of expression for? Consider all that's been built around computer technology, especially the companies, the organizations, the products, the institutions. What are they expressing? Or, this is a bit more of a leading question, what have they become? Everyone senses something has gone a bit awry with our relationship with the digital, a relationship that's largely mediated by what we broadly call computer technology. And so, I want to take this immune system lens. When we think of the word immune system, we naturally think of our physical immune systems. This predates literally humanity itself, but for much of human history, there's also been this implicit notion of an intellectual immune system. You could also consider calling this a philosophical immune system. Think about how you respond intellectually to various things, how that's changed, developed over time. Sometimes it strengthens, sometimes it's probably weakened, kind of like your physical immune system. What about the digital? Right now we think of digital stuff in terms of security and protection. But as our digitally anchored and oriented experiences become increasingly intertwined with our lives, perhaps the notion of an almost organic digital immune system is a way to think about it. Notably, a digital immune system conceptually wouldn't even have been cogent 100 years ago, probably less. It's simply much newer, almost primordial, so we need to remember it's going through things that are more associated with the very early stages of a system or ecosystem developing. For instance, one might say that the interaction between the physical and the digital currently leans parasitic. This is partly because we haven't realized the full potential of digital technologies and I guess the digital realm to be more symbiotic with our overall existence. But I think this can and inevitably will happen, especially as our intellectual immune systems co-develop or co-evolve with our digital immune systems. Remember, one of the most underrated things about evolution is that symbiotic coexistence is literally a more effective equilibrium than total takeover. This is true even when the specific organisms fundamentally remain in competition, such as predator and prey. If the predators start doing too well, they crowd each other out. Same goes for the prey. Now you might think, okay, cool, digital immune system, cryptography, that makes sense, the connection is relevant. But that's not exactly where I'm going. What I want to consider next is literacy. Consider this word and why it even exists. It used to be notable when someone was literate, as in could read or write. For most of history, it was rare, or definitely not universally expected for people to be literate. That's why the word exists, to point out an unexpected thing. Of course, today it's notable when someone is illiterate. It's not just notable, it kind of feels wrong, like society has failed that person. Keep this in mind. Going from default illiterate to default literate happens all the time, often slowly, then quickly. One of the most well-known company slogans of my childhood was from Bill Gates and Microsoft. As you can see, the slogan was, "A computer on every desk and in every home." 30+ years ago, this sounded incredibly ambitious. It was almost awe-inspiring. As it turned out, this was nowhere near ambitious enough. It should have been a computer in every pocket, a computer with you at all times, a computer the first thing when you wake up, the last before you sleep, a computer while you're on the toilet, when you're in a meeting or attending a talk, a computer every fucking where at all fucking times. Computer literacy, as in being able to make use of a computer for your needs, was rare until very recently. When I was a kid, aptitude with computers was actually viewed as low status. Phrases like, "computers are for secretaries," were common. Today, everyone below a certain age is computer literate, but not in the way that you might have naively expected 25 years ago. And it's definitely not that everyone now knows how computers work. It's that computers became a thing everyone knew how to use, thanks in large part to the iPhone and the subsequent smartphone revolution. Again, default illiterate becomes default literate, but how it happens is often hard to predict. Even when the iPhone came out, many thought it was going to be a total flop. Consider also how the concept of photographic evidence has only existed for like 100 years. Imagine telling someone in 1850 that there's a photograph or video or audio recording to prove or disprove their version of events. Today, that idea is entirely second nature. Most of us have never known a world without it. Of course, there's a storm brewing with progress on what we call AI, because we don't know what else to call it. The current concept of photographic evidence definitely won't last another 100 years, might not even last 10. If you naively extrapolate, you might think we're going to revert to the world of, trust me, bro, just like all of history before the photographic evidence era. But naive extrapolation almost never actually plays out. A couple generations from now, cryptographically grounded evidence will be second nature to people the same way iPhones made computers second nature to kids today. The same way photographic evidence has been second nature for decades. But it's not even really the cryptographic evidence era. We kind of have that already to some extent. It's the cryptographic literacy era. Remember, literacy doesn't mean mastery, and widespread cryptographic literacy doesn't mean widespread understanding of how cryptography works. Similar to how I noted earlier that widespread computer literacy doesn't mean everyone knows how a computer works. Still, what's really going to happen is not actually going to be thought of as cryptographic literacy. What will it be thought of as? I consider this one of Vitalik's most underrated blog posts. Should be pretty easy to look it up, given the title. Within the post, Vitalik defined legitimacy as a pattern of higher order acceptance. Loosely speaking, people expecting other people to expect the same things, and therefore we can all expect something. Recall that smartphones are what unlocked computer literacy. They are the form and mechanism through which computer literacy became near universal. For cryptographic literacy, or legitimacy literacy, the form and mechanism is something we don't know yet. What is it that makes things more high-order accepted in this broader sense? Product and technology innovations will unlock this future, and I bet some of them will feel just as surprising as the iPhone would have felt just 30 years ago to someone still being awed by Bill Gates' computer on every desk vision. Also remember, The value of the wheel, it was unlocked by the invention of the axle. People weren't idiots. They long noticed that round things can move more easily, but that's not what it takes to make use of the wheel. We don't know what the axles are to cryptography's wheels yet. One consequence of all this is that something that feels like cryptographic writing will exist. I'm sure it won't feel literally like writing combined with cryptographic signatures. In fact, we already have that. But what's important is it'll have the property of being inherently higher legitimacy than conventional digital writing. We will not think of all things written digitally as being more or less the same. This is already true to a limited extent, depending on the context, but the distinction will be much more substantial, and there will be a reflexive feedback loop that causes even more widespread legitimacy literacy throughout society. All of this will contribute to another shift in how people feel about cryptography, even if they don't know that's the thing that they're feeling something about. So everything so far I've put under the real. Now I want to start to segue towards the super real. To do that, first I want to revisit some miracles of science. Here I'll loosely define miracle as something where if you didn't know something existed or was possible, it would be very surprising that such a thing exists, just as it would be surprising if magic existed. My first example is fire. The existence isn't a surprise since it spontaneously occurs in nature, but the ability to control fire was a significant development, to say the least. Next is electricity. This one is a bit surprising. I guess people had seen lightning, but what reason was there to believe that this thing could be harnessed, that it would turn out to be magic juice that moves infinitely fast and basically gives us permanent light, communication across vast distances, or to be able to construct things like computers? Then there's nuclear power, which was, I think, truly a surprise. Like, wait a second, effectively infinite power is everywhere. Mass is literally energy. But there's one more source of quote-unquote power that gets overlooked because it's a fundamentally different type of power. Each of the first three miracle power sources can be viewed as asymmetric offense. It's a lot easier to burn something than to make it fireproof, and we know how powerful a nuclear weapon can be. But as I noted earlier, cryptography is digital nuke-proof paint. Cryptography is an almost infinitely powerful defensive or protective technology, and the fact that it's the digital superconductor is like the icing on the cake. So I do think it's reasonable to consider cryptography a miracle of science. And one reason is because cryptography is a physical realization of the potential of mathematics. Now let's consider the four fundamental forces of the physical universe. We've got gravity, a force that was definitely apparent to humans since well before we were humans. Then there's the electromagnetic force, which was, the fact that that was a force was not actually really clear until about 200 years ago. Then we've got these two crazy forces that operate at atomic scales, the weak force and the strong force. We actually didn't even realize they existed until the 20th century, and we didn't confirm how the weak force functions until like 1960. So are we sure that we've got them all? There's even like a digital strong nuclear force parallel here. You know, cryptography holds things together at a level that overcomes the inherent collapse of digital data, kind of like the strong force overcomes the repulsion that positively charged protons otherwise would experience when packed together in an atomic nucleus. So that's why I wonder if it might be apt to think of cryptography as like a fifth fundamental force of the universe, especially a universe that is increasingly becoming a combination of the physical and the digital. And so that takes us to part two, the super real, and I like this particular definition of the word, marked by extraordinary vividness. So if cryptography is a force of nature, then to actually utilize that force requires implementation. Our day-to-day usage of electricity isn't just some like general usage of the electromagnetic force. You know, there's voltage, there's what decisions around batteries, alternating versus direct current, and so much more. There are a lot of specific things. So when I say cryptotricity here, what I'm gesturing at is the specific form of things that actually harnesses the cryptographic force. This is one reason I kind of like to think of cryptography as a digital dual to physical reality's electricity. The transition we're undergoing can be likened to the transition from a world that only knew fire to a world where electricity is everywhere. Back when people only knew fire, if someone told you about electricity, that we could somehow harness lightning, you might imagine better lights, better heat, perhaps better cooking, ironically, because fire is actually better than cooking in a lot of situations. You can imagine lighting up a city and heating a city, but you wouldn't really imagine powering a city. You wouldn't imagine computers, the internet, or that electricity actually kind of runs even through our brains. You definitely would not imagine artificial intelligence, and you definitely wouldn't imagine cryptography. So in the future, digital stuff, such as data, computation, information transmission, that makes use of programmable and other future cryptography will feel like electrically powered objects in comparison to what we have across the web today. Computing that is cryptographically charged, or maybe enchanted, is far from what we currently think of as computing. Same with data that is cryptographically enchanted and beyond. Now, why is this even more important than it might seem at first blush? Because the tech industry, as of now, has philosophically flattened. In fact, we can see remnants of the higher dimensional space it fell from. If you look at any tech startup's pitch, they pretty much all still contain a mission, and the mission is never build the most valuable company. Now, if you've ever seen a hedge fund, like a new hedge fund's pitch deck, they never have a mission. It's all business. It's how they're going to make the most money. The whole tech company mission thing at this point is kind of a remnant from a philosophically higher dimensional era of Silicon Valley. And at the same time, and not coincidentally, while computer technology has improved dramatically, it has regressed from the standpoint of how it feels. Counterintuitively, using computers going back to like Doom or Civilization 1 or The Well or IRC or AIM or text-based multi-user dungeons in many ways felt more expansive and enriching. Not that things were anywhere near perfect back then, don't get me wrong, but there was a hard to quantify feeling of moreness that feels so different than how the web feels now. It's fascinating how differently and in some ways better I felt using a dial-up modem with terrible bandwidth and latency than I do now on my 5G pocket supercomputer. Now, a common response to this is technology is bad and we need less of it. I'm open to that perspective, but I don't think it should be a totalizing one. We've got to also explore how the digital can return to being an expansive and enriching experience. We've gone from it being symbiotic to parasitic. How do we go back to being symbiotic? That's the real game, and the future of cryptography plays a vital, necessary, though certainly not sufficient, role in this. And it's why looking at cryptography strictly through the lens of what it can technically do is incomplete. Instead, or in addition, I think we need lenses such as this. No one today thinks of cryptography in terms of nourishment. It might sound crazy, but I think we not only can, but perhaps must think of it in these terms, because only then can we potentially discover or realize that it's actually a valid way to think about it. We might even find out eventually it's the only natural way to think about it. And as for enrichment, this is a cryptocurrency conference, so I want to emphasize I'm saying enrich, kind of like the soil got enriched and we were able to support much more people on Earth, not the other one. One last lens from the super real is how can cryptography help us re-enchant the digital? It's not just now we can do programming on cryptography, even if that is very cool. It's that cryptography itself is fundamentally a bridge between math and physics, between the digital and the physical, and perhaps between computation and lived experience. So finally, I want to spend a quick few minutes on what I'm going to call the surreal. I've got a quote here from Italo Calvino that closes with, "If a new world were discovered now, would we be able to see it?" And the definition of surreal, a definition at least, is beyond reality. So I want to start somewhere, again, probably a bit unexpected. What's the greatest invention in the history of mathematics? In my opinion, it's the polynomial. The ancient Greeks, Romans, Chinese, they were all excellent at math, but they were held back by not having something like polynomial representation. But here's the interesting thing about polynomials. Even though they were invented close to 1,000 years ago, and even though they were instrumental to things even like the invention of calculus, we didn't really understand how awesome they were until around 200 years ago. What happened then? We got the first rigorous proofs of a theorem about polynomials that's so important we call it the fundamental theorem of algebra. The thing about the fundamental theorem of algebra is it doesn't even work if you only have real numbers. It only works when you have complex numbers. And it turns out polynomials are just one of many things that make way, way, way more sense with complex numbers. That's why I say the most unbelievable realization in the history of mathematics, and arguably the world, is that reality itself consists of more than just real numbers. That the real numbers were nowhere near all that was required to simply describe and reason about reality accurately. Complex numbers show up everywhere, from electronics to fluid dynamics to quantum mechanics and more. What's more, the reals themselves became more spectacular once we completed, or algebraically closed for those who are familiar with that notation, once we completed the reals to form the complex numbers. E goes from being the number that's defined as like the derivative of e to the x is still e to the x, to being a fundamental basis of rotation in the complex plane. Pi goes from circles being cool to being far more significant, in part because the set of points equidistant from the origin becomes far more interesting in a two-dimensional complex plane than on a one-dimensional number line where you just have x and negative x. And that's barely scratching the surface of examples. So consider this. If the real numbers aren't the full picture of reality, should we expect anything else to be? Does the digital, the internet, the web, and perhaps more not really make sense until we complete it with a unit of cryptography as the reals were to form the complex? If physical reality is built on physics, can we enrich a complex superreality by bringing elements of the physical into the digital realm, just as we've clearly brought elements of the digital into our physical existence? And can this be a symbiotic relationship? It almost can't not be to actually feel like superreality. Is there a complex Big Bang? Will it look like a Genesis block or something else? Is cryptography where silicon-based life really comes from? And what's more real? Places in the physical universe we can literally never reach. Like, we get light from places that are so far that if we traveled at the speed of light towards them, because the universe is expanding, we will literally never get there. What's more real? Those places or places in this perhaps more vast, complex reality that we actually can visit? And so the last thing I'll say is, in science fiction, we see this phrase outer world sometimes. Will we one day think of outer realities? And I wonder, when we hear a voice from an outer reality, what we will look like by then and who will be listening. And so I'll leave you with this final note as we take a few for Q&A. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thank you, Albert. So to start the Q&A session, the first question is, how does cryptography as a fifth force interface with the Fermi paradox? Are all the aliens encrypted?
Yeah, I love this question, actually, because I've always thought the Fermi paradox was a little bit simpler than people make it out to be, because the key is, why aren't we observing things? And given that, for example, we can observe an ant farm without it having any sense that we're observing them, there's a pretty big assumption that it should be like that easy to observe stuff out there. So that's not exactly what this question is saying, but I just kind of wanted to point that out. Like, what if you could cryptographically encrypt your mind onto neutrinos and then flow through everything? Maybe that's happening right now, and maybe that's where things will go. So even just at that level, cryptography has helped me with my thinking around the Fermi paradox. I'm not saying that's the answer, but I think people kind of skip over the whole oh, of course we'd be able to see it, even though it's literally trivial for us to observe life that is probably closer to what we are than maybe more powerful intelligences are to us.
Thank you, Albert. Reminder that you can scan the QR code to ask questions. We still have 2 minutes of questions, so many things you can ask Albert. There's one question, one upvote, which is, what's your suggestion for individuals to contribute to this?
So this can mean a lot of things, right? It can mean a lot of the stuff that people are showing here, or it can mean the thing that I just talked about. But I will actually focus on what I just talked about. I think, as simplistic as it sounds, my goal here is for people to recognize that sometimes just taking a moment to think about things can be surprisingly valuable. That sounds really obvious, and yet how much time is spent trying to just take a moment and think. And the talk here, the goal of nothing else was to give an example of how many directions that can go in, and not in a way where I'm trying to convince you of something or sell something or anything else like that. So I think you may be able to contribute more than you expect by just taking a moment to think about what you know and your perspective, and see how that might intermingle with stuff. As for other ways, I think there's a lot of great opportunities to ask folks about that overall, so we'll go to the next one.
Thank you. Anyone you care more about, or you want to answer?
Sure, I'll go with, how do you see cryptography contributing to an internet that is joyful, symbiotic, and expansive to use? I don't have much time, but the quick answer here is, the physical world has a lot of properties we take for granted, and if nothing else, we're evolved to orient around that. Even the fact that non-fungibility is default on in the physical world, and we need sophisticated constructions to make things essentially fungible. Words are fungible in a sense, 2 apples are more or less fungible, that's only because we've gotten good at putting them all in a market, and so on. The digital world has these inversion of a lot of properties. So if nothing else, I think cryptography is underrated in its potential to enrich, because it's a way for us to imbue the digital world with physical world properties, and that's a lens that I think we haven't really explored much yet. Yeah, there's the fungibility, scarcity stuff, but I think there's a lot more to go in that direction.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you. Another round of applause for Albert, please. Thank you. All right, so we have a special treat next. Our next speaker is Barry Whitehat, a self-proclaimed street cryptographer, a longtime collaborator with the EF and 0xSpark. Barry will whiteboard out his thoughts on how to build with I/O and more. Always a treat to hear what he's cooking up. Please welcome to the stage Barry Whitehat. Thank you.
Thanks, Vincent. Okay, folks, can you hear me? Okay, we're gonna do some whiteboarding stuff. So like basically the plan for today is to like architect some simple things using I/O. Can I turn this around? So like, do people have things that they would want to architect? So like, a couple of things I was thinking about doing is like how to P goes the other way. How to use zero knowledge, how to use I/O to make zero knowledge proofs that are just like a single signature to verify. So you have this I/O box, it does some stuff and it spits out a signature, and like once you check the signatures, it's enough to say to know that that computation was done correctly. So that's one thing that we could do. Other things we could do is like a trusted setup. Other things we could do is we could do like a Bitcoin bridge, which is kind of more blockchain-y. Anything else people want to do? This is supposed to be like interactive, so feel free to like shout stuff out and interrupt me. Like I want to have more of like a conversation here than like a presentation. Oh no, that's too much. Can I encrypt my thoughts and send them as neutrinos across the galaxy? Not today. Anything else? Okay, well, if there's nothing, like just shout at me later. I'll ask you again in a while. So let me try to turn this around. Oh yeah, it's okay. Okay, so basically the toolbox of I/O is that we have like some program that we express as like gates. And we have some ins and some outs. And then we do like the I/O thing. We do this I/O kind of like almost like encryption step. And on the other side, we get like a whole bunch more gates or more information. And it still has ins and outs, but like what's happening in the middle is impossible for us to figure out. So this, you can think of this as like an encryption step that takes a program, it encrypts the program such that the output is like unknowable. It's like all you can do is like put stuff in and get the outs, and you can like see stuff that's going in and coming out, but you can't figure out like what the original program is. So one example of this, okay, so let's take like a really simple example, and let's say that our gate here is just like a AND gate. Yeah, so we have a really simple program as an AND gate, and we put it into our I/O encryption box. Box I/O, and then we get out this like more complicated representation, right? So this is also just like a list of like operations. Like maybe it's matrix multiplications. That's what schemes ADP and matrix branching programs tend to use. But maybe it's just like other binary gates. That's the local mixing schemes tend to use those. So we get this encrypted format of our program, but we have like black box access to it, right? So we can put inputs and we can get outputs. So like this one takes just 2 inputs, but there's like a whole bunch more gates here. And the gates are really complicated. So we don't know what's happening inside our circuit, but we are able to do like black box access. So I can just put like, because there's only 2 inputs, I can just calculate the whole truth table, right? Because I have the encrypted program, I can just put in 0, 0, and I get out, I don't know what the truth table of AND gate is. Well, let me try and guess. So 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, and 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. Okay, that's it, source of truth. This is an AND gate. Okay, so we can just like, these are ins. Out. Okay, so we can just put that in and like, that's XOR, oh fuck. Huh? We good? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we can just go through and like do the whole state space enumeration, and we can find out the truth table. But we don't know if this is actually an AND gate or if it's a more complicated circuit. But like, what I'm getting at here is that like you have black box access to the thing, right? Like the goal here is to try and build up this model, so you're able to sit down and be like, I can imagine how to make things with I/O. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's do our first example then of our ZKP. Right. Because like, I don't know if you've seen the kind of like tree of the tech tree of different cryptographic primitives, but I/O is kind of the one at the very top because you can use it to implement all of the others. So like as a way to just introduce the concept, let's do ZKPs. Okay. So let's say that like, oh yeah, let's introduce this other model of how to think about it. So we have our setup, which is what we just talked about. And now let's talk about like how we think about the I/O box. So we have this I/O box, okay? The I/O box does some things, right? So the first thing that it does is it does some like, we can define some computation we want it to do. And then, given that the computation succeeds, we get the I/O box to produce a signature. So this is kind of like an if. If computation, I have to move over to the other side, then produce a signature. So if the computation succeeds, then produce a signature. So like this I/O box has been encrypted, and I have given it to you, right? So you have this box. On your computer, you're able to give it any inputs. And the output you get is a signature of something, okay? Maybe the signature is, maybe we just signed the computation, right? So basically, if we want to make a zero-knowledge proof, what we need to do is we need to, I have other colors. We need to take this computation, and we just set that to be whatever the thing we want to prove is, right? For example, if you want to prove that you have like 10 signatures from a certain public key, what you do is you take your I/O box, you set the computation to be the verification of 10 signatures, and then you have this clause that like, well, if 10 signatures are here, produce this other signature and pass it out. So one important thing to remember is that we have a secret inside the I/O box, yeah? So let's do secrets. We have secrets inside our I/O box. And inside our I/O box, what are our secret? Our secret is the secret key of this signature, right? And we have this, it's not a secret, we have the public key. So at the setup phase, what I do is I create this I/O box, and I do the encryption step that we talked about on the previous slide. And now what I do is I publish the public key, and I say, hey, look, if you ever get something that's signed by this public key, you know that it has passed this check, right? Because the only way that you can produce this signature is if you execute the I/O box. Okay? So this is how you do zero-knowledge proofs. Do we have any questions so far? Yes, there we go. So the question is, how do you trust the output of the I/O box if you don't know the computation? So like I'm using the computation as like a placeholder here, but like when you do the setup, you would define the computation and you would sort of show people that like, oh, this is the thing that I set up. So like I/O inherently has this kind of like setup phase, which you can think of as like similar to the zero-knowledge proof trusted setup, where you set up the circuit and you set up the program that you want to prove, but you also need to set up the kind of like private key, right? You set up the private key and you publish the public key, and this is like part of the setup that you need to go through. Good? Anything else? Okay. Oh, Jordy. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Later, Jordy. Okay, cool. So this is how you do zero-knowledge proofs. So like a quick aside, is there any other things that people are interested in architecting? We have 10 minutes, so I have enough stuff to go through, but if there's something people are specifically interested in, we can think about them. Okay, well, feel free to interrupt me if something comes to, oh, DAO signing things. Okay, let's do that then at the end. So you want to have, so you want to have like a DAO that has a private key and it wants to sign things? But like, what's the point of doing that? Is it like you want to have an EOA? EOA is externally owned account, like a private key for a DAO. But like, the reason I'm concerned about doing this is that like, well, you can just have the DAO be a smart contract and you can just verify the smart contract did something, as opposed to like verify the signature of something. But like maybe Jordy means that he wants to be able to have stuff encrypted for the DAO, that the DAO can. Yeah. So Jordy's saying that he has an external file, he wants it to be encrypted, but he only wants you to be able to decrypt the file if you send funds to the DAO. Right.
Yeah, and nobody knows, I mean, this file was encrypted and nobody knows the key except the DAO.
Yeah, okay, this is kind of like, is this witness encryption? I'm not sure, but yeah, okay, we can do that. Let's, let me, what was the other things I had written down here? Okay, trusted setup. Okay, so let's do the trusted setup and then we'll talk about Jordy's thing. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. So historically, like we've done trusted setups for a whole bunch of different ZK applications. And this basically means that we like gather randomness from a whole bunch of different people, and then we compute this kind of like special key that has certain properties. And basically what I want to talk about now is how we can use I/O to do that in a way that we don't need to, in a way that's like more programmable, that we can have this like universal setup that we can gather randomness and anyone is able to use that randomness to do whatever they want with. So here's how we do it. So again, we have our I/O box. Okay, and our I/O box does some compute, and if the compute succeeds, it produces a signature of the compute. Okay, but in this case, it will also encrypt something, encrypt the output of the compute. Yeah, and it's also able to do like a decrypt. So this is kind of like similar to what Jordy was getting at. So it takes an input, it decrypts it, oh, hold on, I want to put the compute at the end. I want to put the signature at the end. So it gets an input, it decrypts it, it does some compute on the thing, and then it encrypts it, and it signs it. And that's all that it does. This is our whole compute. So it takes an input, it does this, and it outputs the signature, and it also outputs the this out. Also outputs out. Okay. So like it's important to remember that like the I/O box is created with the process that we described at the very start. We have some like binary circuit. You like encrypt the binary circuit, and you have this like encrypted circuit that you're able to execute, but you're not able to like understand or comprehend. You're able to do like black box stuff to it, but you're not able to see what's going on inside. So this is like the core API of I/O, and this is the thing that you like. Once we combine this with the ability to make signatures, we have this like authenticity that we're able to use to bootstrap basically the whole, almost everything that a trusted party can do. So like one way to think about this is that like you have like a trusted party, like I/O can be like a really trusted third party, right? Where you can just say to the I/O people, the I/O box, hey, do this thing and sign this thing, and then just give me the signature. And because no one is able to see inside or affect what's happening inside, this becomes a really powerful tool that we can use to build like all the systems that we ever wanted. Like imagine that if you could really trust Facebook, or if you could really trust like these internet services. That's kind of what we're getting at with I/O. Okay, so how do we do the random number? How do we do our random number generation? So basically what we do is we have this box, and then we say to people that like, okay, you take a random number and encrypt it and put it into the box. And then inside the box will, you encrypt it. I have to put the secrets here. So we have a public key and a secret key. These are secrets. So no one knows no one knows the secret key, but everybody knows the public key. So basically the user encrypts for the public key. They put it into the I/O box. The I/O box does the compute where it decrypts it. It combines it with the previous randomness that was, oh, we need to have 2 inputs. Right? One is not enough. So this is input from the user, and this is input from the current state. So we have 2 inputs. So it takes the input from the user, it decrypts it, it takes the input from the state, it decrypts it, it joins the 2 randomnesses together, and then it encrypts the output, and it returns that and assigns that. So this is so then what we do is we make it like a chain where like we have like this I/O box kind of pass the value to the next one, which passes the value to the next one. And like what we're doing is that we're just stacking randomness up on top of itself, right? And this is kind of like phase 1 of our trusted setup, where we're generating this random number that no one knows. And like the assumption is that like if any single party honestly passes a random number, then there's no way for anyone to know like to calculate the random number, right? Because in order to calculate the final random number, you need to have all of the intermediate random numbers. Okay, so this is how you generate the random number, and then like we have to make another box to actually use the random number, because like with the trusted setups that we've historically done, they need to have a special property. It's not enough for them to just be like random or whatever. They need to be able to. They need to have this, like for the powers of tau, it needs to be like the g to the x equals g to, or gt to the x or something like that. I can't remember. But like it needs to have a special property. So we just make another I/O box that does that. So the I/O box has the same kind of like public key and secret key. So we have the same secrets. So it's kind of like these are 2 different trusted parties, and they're able to talk to each other. So this one encrypts some values for this one, and this one takes those values and does some stuff with them. And then we can have like our arbitrary compute here. And we do our compute, and it outputs the actual trusted setup. Okay. Okay, how is this? Any questions? Yes?
I think secret key is included in I/O box, but is it able that no one knows that secret key?
Yeah, that's an important property here. That we have to make sure that no one is able to know the secret key, and that's one of the properties that we get from the encryption step at the very start. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is like a programmable encryption.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Hello. So if you are obfuscating the program, does the programmer have any advantage by knowing the actual program? And if so, like, how can other people agree that the program is correct if it's obfuscated?
Yeah, okay, so this is, I saw this in one of this is a question earlier that Vitalik didn't answer, but yeah, I think this is a good question. So basically, like in general, what we would do is we would publish most of the program. The only thing that we really care about hiding is what this person was getting at. That all we care about hiding is a private key. Like we're okay with someone, like the property of I/O that we care about is not that the program is like indistinguishable, it's that the private key is indistinguishable. Like in most cases, we want to tell you everything about the program. We want to explain everything except the private key. Cool. Oscar?
So questions like some intuition for the blow up. So if you, let's say you implement CKPs with this I/O box, and then if you have a more complex CKP, how does that relate to sort of the exponential blow up? Like what is a good intuition for how much size efficient it become as sort of the logic inside this box changes?
Oh, so it seems like you're asking two questions here. Like one of them is like, what's the overhead of I/O, and the other is that like, could I/O potentially be competitive with ZKPs in terms of like prover time? Are you asking both, or are you asking one of them?
Kind of both. Like just trying to understand the condition for how complex, like if you have a CKP and do the I/O thing, that will have some exponential go up. But if you make like a much larger CKP into this I/O box, will that have exponential go up, or is it kind of constrained?
On the logic inside the IO box.
Huh.
It's basically both questions that you mentioned.
Okay, let me answer both questions then. So the first question is that it depends upon the assumption. Like different I/O schemes have different overhead. Like some of the more like extreme assumptions are actually pretty efficient. In terms of execution, the setup is the main cost. But it remains to be seen. It's still very early, so I can't really give specific numbers or whatever. I'm not sure if, like, I suppose that, like, the thing that you're gaining from the I/O ZKP is the succinct verifier. The verifier is really easy. It's just verifying a signature. So it's much less overhead than traditional zero-knowledge proofs, which tend to be, like, a couple of pairings. The best, Grot16 or Flonk is, like, a pairing and, like, some other scalar modes and stuff. So it's better. It's faster verifier, but the prover time is likely going to be, like, really a lot worse, at least in the short term. But it depends on the assumptions that we end up using or the basis that we end up building things on. So not really clear yet. I don't think that zero-knowledge proofs need to worry about anything anytime soon. I think that they are going to remain. Like, this is more an example. Like, this is more an example of what you can do. I'm not saying that, like, oh, this is what we should do. Yeah. Okay.
Barry, it's Q&A time.
Okay. Sorry, Jordy.
No, it's great. That was the first question. I'll read them from the ones with the most votes, but feel free to not answer or skip to the next one.
Okay.
The top one is, can you explain I/O as explain me like I'm 5, and why do we need to use I/O instead of other ZKPs?
You know what? Like, I feel like we got into so much trouble because we abused the zero-knowledge proof or name for such a long time. That, like, this question it's hard for me to understand what this means by, like, other zero-knowledge proofs. Because I suppose that this person is thinking that, like, oh, they just have this blanket term for all, like, privacy technology, and that's zero-knowledge proofs. So I think that the key thing that I/O gives is the non-interactivity. I think that, like, that's the missing piece of the puzzle.
But ZKPs that people use are non-interactive. I think the person doesn't understand that yet, that ZKPs cannot do everything. Far from it.
Yeah. Zero-knowledge proofs are a single-player technology. I/O is a multiplayer technology. This is what seems interesting about this.
We can take the other one, which is how do we get from weeks to seconds for I/O?
I suppose we just have to, like, try more. We haven't really tried at all. I don't know. Like, I mean, well, come on. I know. Like, we just need to work on it.
You heard that? Just go work on it. The next one is what are exotic cryptographic assumptions?
Oh, I think they're like more like, do they want examples or they want like the vibe?
I just think they want to know what you mean by that.
So there's like standard assumptions, which are assumptions that people have made for a long time. All cryptography is based upon assumptions, because like there's this open problem in math that P is not equal to NP, and that basically means that like some things are hard and some things are easy. So because we're not able to prove that some stuff is hard and some stuff is easy, we're not able to prove that any particular thing is hard. And because we're not able to prove that any particular thing is hard, we have to base everything we're doing on assumptions. We assume that things are hard. So there's different things that people assume. There's things that people have been assuming for a long time, and people are much more open to these assumptions because we've been making them for a long time. But then there's newer assumptions that are more radical. And those are what I mean by exotic assumptions.
Yeah, and if you're interested in that, Brian Lawrence will give a talk about that in one of the workshops, the I/O workshop. So there will be a talk about cryptographic assumptions. So that's it. We're running out of time. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, folks.
And with that, I will introduce our next speaker to the stage, Gupship. Gupship is one of the co-founders of Xerox Spark and the creator of Dark Forest. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us this morning for the Programmable Cryptography CLS. The title of my talk today is Contact, and I'm going to be explaining a little bit about what that means shortly. As a quick introduction, I'm Gubsheep. I'm one of the co-founders of Dark Forest. I coined the term programmable cryptography about 2 years ago, and ever since then we've been exploring a lot of its consequences. So this talk is going to be a little bit more of a mental models and frameworks talk. It's not going to be a whiteboarding session or a session where we go deep into the cryptography. We are going to hear more about the technology in this afternoon's workshops. And what we're going to do in this talk is, we're going to look at some history and some worked examples of how we've come to build up even the ways that we think about programmable cryptography. At the end, we'll also tag on some highly uncertain speculation of what we might do with those frameworks in the future. Okay, so the title of this talk is inspired by a sci-fi series. This is the Culture series by Ian Banks. Raise your hand if you've read or heard of these books. Oh, actually, it's a pretty decent number. So the premise of the Culture series is that it explores adventures in this universe where this transhumanist post-scarcity society exists, and it's sort of, there's a galaxy-wide culture of all of these humans or transhumans that are involved in this society. And one of the most interesting sort of agencies that exists in the culture civilization is the Contact Division. And what the Contact Division does is they're the ones who are essentially at the frontiers or the fringes of the civilization, handling all kinds of interactions with any other extraterrestrial life or intelligences or things that they're finding at the fringes. And one thing that I kind of want to prompt is, what does it look like for Ethereum or applied cryptography or programmable cryptography to have a Contact Division? What does that look like? Okay, so let's first take a step back and ask, what are we trying to do here with programmable cryptography? The various organizations, the various individual contributors, the various people thinking about programmable cryptography, what is sort of the goal here with programmable cryptography? We've seen a couple of instances of goals. Maybe it's realizing the real or the super real or the surreal. One framing that I really liked actually from Albert's talk, and that I've been thinking about a bit myself as well, is this idea of programmable cryptography as a fifth fundamental force. And as we saw in Albert's talk, cryptography represents a set of extraordinary new capabilities that would a priori seem impossible, much like how something like nuclear technology or the ability to harness electricity might have seemed impossible as well. And my question in terms of what are we doing here is, we're trying to figure out how to even grapple or come to terms with this. How do we even think about this? What does this enable? What are the right mental models for this technology? What will the different path dependencies be to realizing this? What are the right abstractions for the technology, and how do you design the interfaces between each level of the stack here? In short, we have to grapple with the same problem that nuclear technologists had to grapple with, in the last 100 years. Are we first going to make a bomb, or are we going to make infinite energy? And what are the sort of cross dependencies, both technologically and socially, that are involved in figuring that question out? Or something like computing. It's very non-obvious in the days of something like the ENIAC, one of these giant room-scale computers, that the descendant of this 60, 70, 80 years out is going to be something like virtual worlds like EVE Online, where hundreds of thousands of people are battling in a virtual space reality for control of virtual space planets, right? How do you even begin to start thinking about what might take you from the left-hand side to the right-hand side? Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that we could do that wouldn't make sense. In particular, it's easy to rabbit hole down one particular kind of programmable cryptography technology, or to rabbit hole down like one particular sort of use case or product or something like that. But ultimately, it's really important to keep a solid head on your shoulders when you're approaching this question, because this is a decades-long civilization scale technology. And we need to approach it and take it seriously as such. We need to build some foundations, mental models, in a way that takes seriously that a mental model needs to be useful on the time scale of potentially decades. That doesn't mean we need to get those mental models exactly correct today, but how we think about this should be credibly progressing us towards the goal of understanding how to think about this from a multi-decade civilization scale kind of scope. Now, the other thing you have to avoid while doing that is you have to avoid getting sucked into the perfect system trap, especially in a way that's not grounded in reality. So the other thing that we could do is we could be like, all right, programmable cryptography allows us to do this crazy stuff with Turing machines, with these crazy guarantees. Let's sort of sit down and theorize about that for a really long time and build some sort of like crazy like category theory, type theory, like, you know, correct by construction sort of thing. And then, you know, that's a real mousetrap too. We don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But somehow we still want to be making progress knowing that this thing has as grand of a scope as it does. Okay, so I want to talk about some of our thinking on how we've approached this problem over the last 5 years. So beginning about 5 years ago, we started to get the sense that there was something interesting happening in cryptography. We didn't have the words to describe it. We didn't have the frameworks. You know, nowadays people talk about the idea of, oh, you know, ZK enables data interoperability. That was not how we were thinking about ZK at all. When I started building a game called Dark Forest in 2019, the way that I was thinking about this was I had just learned about ZK snarks from Jordy, actually. And I had this idea, wow, you could use zero-knowledge proofs and blockchain to build this really specific and very strange game. So Dark Forest was a game built on zero-knowledge proofs on blockchain. It was one of, if not the first non-cryptocurrency application of zero-knowledge proofs. And it just seemed like a total one-off hack at the time. So we spent some time building Dark Forest, and what we came to realize was actually there was a general principle going on, which is that zero-knowledge proofs were not just enabling this one specific game construction, they were enabling this idea of incomplete information games, or games where players have some private state on a blockchain, or on a decentralized system where the whole state is public. So that enabled us to, you know, that came through building a bunch of other prototypes of some other games. This is a screenshot from a game we built called Boat Fight. And unlocking that realization allowed us to suddenly see what was going on with Dark Forest and this category of games. And suddenly it became actually a lot easier to build the different kinds of features and even figure out what kinds of features we could add into Dark Forest. So for example, you know, early on into the game we introduced this idea of procedural generation. That was enabled by this mental model unlock of what ZK was fundamentally doing here. Okay, so then we get into, so Dark Forest was about 2020. This idea of incomplete information was about 2021. In 2022, we started experimenting with, wait a second, can we apply this principle across a bunch of other kinds of domains, not just games? So, you know, we built a bunch of these circuits. We built, we had folks in the Xerox PARC community and ecosystem building things like private message boards. ZK REPL over here is a developer tool for working with zero-knowledge proofs. There's Stealth Drop, which is like private airdrops. And we got the sense that what was going on was, you know, the common thread between all of these things and between the game thread was this idea of programmable privacy, right? And I use privacy in quotes here because I sort of am referring to a specific connotation of privacy, which is, oh, I want to hide something. I want to have anonymity or pseudonymity or something like that. And we kind of distilled this down into this idea that ZK snarks turn cryptography problems into programming tasks. It was much like what Vitalik was sort of saying in the morning, where we don't, you know, need a cryptographer to invent for us a new protocol for every feature. You can have someone write code and compile that into cryptography. Okay, so from there, once we had this notion of programmable privacy, we were like, well, let's step on the gas pedal here. The point is now a bunch of people can make privacy-preserving applications, and those people specifically don't have to be cryptographers. So we got a bunch of people together, started bringing folks into this ZK ecosystem, and we produced things like the first zero-knowledge machine learning demonstrations, stuff like Hanon with pseudonymous or anonymous speech, Ethos, which was the first demonstration of recursive ZKPs in a consumer social graph kind of use case. Things which would allow you to port RSA identities into zero-knowledge proofs. And so we did probably like, you know, 5, 10, 15 of these projects, and that's what got us to arrive at this other concept called proof-carrying data. The idea that actually the thing going on here with zero-knowledge proofs is not something about privacy or scalability. Like, yes, those things are very relevant, particularly in the blockchain context. But after building 10 or 15 of these apps, we realized that what the zero-knowledge proofs were fundamentally doing, that was a common thread in each of these apps, was they were enabling permissionless data porting from source A to destination B. So now you can move things like a GitHub identity or an email or anything like that from this origin source over to this destination without needing to call APIs or things like that. Okay, so that gets us to proof carrying data. We built this framework called the proof carrying data software framework. So this is a mental model that then got actually translated into a library and the beginnings of a software abstraction. And then we started building a bunch of stuff on proof carrying data. So this is kind of the blind men and the elephant sort of thing. We were realizing that all of these 8 things were instances of this common category. So a lot of our proof carrying data experiments led us to Zuzulu, which was a community that wanted to adopt decentralized identities, cryptographic identities, work with cryptographic data. And we built this thing called ZooPass, which everyone here has used to basically claim their ticket, generate a zero-knowledge friendly identity, and store zero-knowledge friendly data. And we built a bunch of apps on top of this concept of proof carrying data with ZooPass as one of our levers. So we have things like, the frog game. You can make zero-knowledge proofs about your frogs. We had ZooPoll, which was a polling app for the Zuzulu community that also expanded to a couple of other communities. ZooCast or ZooCat, which were these social, sort of private social message board apps for these communities. Just these various different things. And we built a bunch of PCDs, proof carrying data instances, and we tried to build a bunch of stuff with them, and then we ran into more limits. And then we started to factor out, well, what are the common threads where those limitations are holding us back? And this is what really led us to programmable cryptography. So, for example, with proof carrying data and with ZK snarks, we could only enable individual people to make proofs about operations on their own data. But there were a bunch of places where we would want, say, 2 people or multiple people to be able to jointly compute across data that I have in my ZooPass and you have in your ZooPass. And that led us to realize, oh, there's a very natural connection with these other kinds of general purpose programmable cryptography primitives, like multi-party computation and more. Another realization that we had was that even though we had this abstract concept of proof carrying data, PCD, it was actually in practice really hard to use PCDs. What we'd have to do is we'd have to write one more bespoke circuit for every kind of cryptographic operation or every kind of proof carrying transformation we wanted to do. And so we ended up with this whole repository of all these different circuits and PCD types. And we were back to kind of square one on, well, you do need a cryptography aware developer in order to even be able to engage in this ecosystem. So that led us to programmable cryptography. Which is the subject of this community-led session here today. And concretely, what it means to say it led us to the mental model of programmable cryptography, or this way of thinking about programmable cryptography, is it allowed us to figure out what the problem was and what the capabilities would be unlocked if we solved those problems. So, me and Andrew, we took a look at all the stuff going on with PCDs, and we were like, well, this needs to become generalizable, and this needs to become much more flexible. So now we have Pod and Pod 2. As a result, which we'll learn about more today in the afternoon sessions. We have, if you can go to pod.org to see sort of the latest on that. And then we started carrying out other experiments to see, well, now that we've been led to this next line of investigation, what might we do if we take FHE or obfuscation or these other technologies to their logical conclusion? So this Devcon, if you've gone down to the Frog Hub, you might have seen this game called Frog Zone, which is, as far as we're aware, the first game where the backend is running entirely in fully homomorphic encryption. Like Justin mentioned, we've basically built this 4-player game where you've got four frogs on a 32 by 32 grid. The frogs can move up, down, left, or right. They can collect items, slay monsters, etc. And all of that is happening inside of fully homomorphic encryption with 1 billion X overhead on top of what it would take to run this kind of a game normally on a plain text ordinary computer. And that's unlocked some really interesting thoughts, and it's that is one of the things that's actually led us to obfuscation. Because one of the huge pain points of building something like Frog Zone, if you've actually tried the game downstairs, is that there is a ton of interactivity. There's a ton of multi-party computation decryption that needs to happen. The Wi-Fi keeps going out downstairs. Our hardware switcher thing keeps failing. And so there's no way that you can take this technology and scale it to something like 1 billion people unless you bring in a non-interactivity technology like obfuscation. So each of these things has been essentially some sequence of figuring out what's really going on here, trying to generalize what we currently know, and looking for what is the general category of thing that this is, and how do we solve that problem. Each of these steps in the understanding tree for programmable cryptography has taken about a year. And each of them has been a concrete step towards a grounded conceptual framework for how to think about programmable cryptography and what you can do with it. So again, like I said in the beginning, none of these are complete frameworks. None of them are the end-all be-all of how to think about programmable cryptography, but each of them does build on each other, and we're starting to get hints that this might be a generally pretty good way to think about what you can do with this technology. First starting with ZKPs let us build incomplete information games and decentralized systems, then generalizing that to saying ZK snarks turn privacy math problems into coding problems, then generalizing that into ZK snarks are about data interoperability, and as Vitalik said actually earlier, on a panel earlier this week, rather than calling them ZK snarks, we might just call all of these things proofs. And then finally, we've come to this sort of model of programmable cryptography as this general purpose way to think about computation between a network of people. Okay, so in essence, what we've been trying to do over the past several years is build a machine to produce this kind of thinking. And what is the mechanism by which this machine operates? That mechanism is what I sometimes think about as contact with reality, right? So rather than sitting in a room and theorizing a bunch about what might be an interesting ZK system or what might be an interesting thing to put inside of a snark, we'll sit down and we'll build a lot of stuff. We'll take as much of that stuff as we can. We'll deploy it whenever possible in as real of a setting as possible, even if that's just to a few hundred or a few thousand users. And then we'll constantly go through this process of looking back, auditing, pruning, and synthesizing, and trying to figure out what is the general principle, what's the line that you can draw between all of these points. Here are some forms of what contact with reality might actually look like. One is building a first end-to-end prototype of some technology that we've never tried before. So something like FrogZone. Again, let's just try to put a server inside of fully homomorphic encryption, even if it's a billion times slower, and we'll figure something out. Another one is trying to build something that folks, for whatever reasons, will use or need or ideally love, even if it's a small group of just a couple of hundred people. Another one is teaching developers and providing them with different tools or SDKs or abstractions and seeing if that actually enables them to do some things that they couldn't do before or understand something that they couldn't do before, maybe even build something that we could not even have anticipated. If we can do that, then we have some sense that, oh, this abstraction is actually something that makes sense, that is maybe worth refining and building on top of. By the way, as sort of in reference to that last particular point, I think that folks at Devcon should think very hard about the fact that every Devcon attendee now has access to a ZK-friendly EDDSA and semaphore key. There's essentially, you can think of what will you do with the Merkle root of all Devcon attendees. In addition, thanks to the Frog QR code scanning thing that's been going on, there are hundreds of thousands of self-issued attestations now between attendees that form a dense social graph. Each of those Frog requests is essentially your key pair signing someone else's public key. Okay, so yeah, it's important to make a lot of stuff. Equally important is not to get distracted. So if something that we're building doesn't fundamentally make sense, but has the potential to make a lot of money or score really highly on some notion of of metrics like users, knowing when that is not the right track to keep going down. Another thing that we think about is if we're really here with the goal of testing out a new mental model, not compromising on the mental model and getting that goal mixed up with something like adoption. It's better to have a test with 1,000 people that tests the right kind of framework or mental model than to scale to 10,000 or 100,000 in a way that is testing a different thing. Now, the ideal thing would be to test with 100,000 people with the right mental model, but that's what we're working towards trying to scale up. And yeah, the last one is being willing to constantly reassess, resynthesize, and move on from things that don't make sense or aren't working. So we've had plenty of false starts in terms of how to think about what you can do with programmable cryptography. Okay, so with that, I want to talk about a couple of new mental models or frameworks that have come up even just through discussions over the last week with folks at Devcon. So one is, again, this idea that interactivity really kills. This is another one of those motivations for obfuscation. Like I mentioned, we've been running this FrogZone game in the basement of Devcon. 4 players can get around, and it's just a real difficult problem to get all 4 of the clients doing the decryption multi-party computation with every single operation in the game. Now, when we think about something like interactivity versus non-interactivity, that's something that doesn't sound as sexy as like, now I can do arbitrary programs on encrypted state. But it just turns out that for scaling these systems to millions or potentially even billions of people, you need some strategy for actually dealing with the fact that only the people involved in a computation should need to be involved in the actual process of running the computation. And an interesting connection that actually someone made at a MPFHE panel yesterday was, wait, maybe this is actually one of the reasons why ZK snarks have been such a powerful technology that's been so accelerated compared to FHE over the last years, especially with respect to blockchains. We've actually had general purpose zero-knowledge proofs for a long time now. ZK snarks, one of the additional things is that they're non-interactive. You can make a one-shot publicly verifiable proof. And this is a thing that's actually unlocked a ton of use cases and a ton of actual, in the real world developer activity. Another one that I think about, and I know I'm running out of time, I just have, I have 2 more of these. One is this idea of global private state. So we've noticed that with things like FHE or MPC, you can build these decentralized applications that have state, imagine like a variable or a location of a monster or something, where none of the participants in the application actually know that state, but the state is being computed on correctly. So in Frog Zone, there's monsters around the map that move around, but nobody knows where they're moving to or from. The servers and the machines are just sort of executing in fully homomorphic encryption, advancing the state of the game one step at a time. And the bat is just sort of its own like autonomous agent that's just moving around. So one question is like, I had a moment when we got the bat moving around on its own working where I was like, wait a second, like what is the subjective experience of this bat? Like, is this a new kind of agent? It's somehow moving around in encryption. There's literally no single computer or person or program in the world that knows where the bat is or knows anything about what it's doing. And yet it somehow has this like independent objective experience where it's doing its own thing. It raises a bunch of interesting questions about cryptography and agency, right? Like one thing that I think about also here is, a cryptographic agent has a different flavor or affordance to it than an AI agent. A thought that then was prompted from some other folks who looked at Frog Zone was like, well, what's actually going on with encryption? We think of encryption as a technology for hiding messages, but maybe that's not what's actually going on, in the same way that zero knowledge in many contexts is not really about zero knowledge or hiding, it's about proving and it's about data interoperability. So maybe the thing going on with encryption here is, if I mind uploaded my brain in encryption to, some server somewhere in not in encryption, in plain text to some server somewhere, the operator of that server would be able to do surgery on my neurons to really like fuck with my subjective experience. But if I uploaded my brain in encryption or in obfuscation somewhere, the only way for the person operating that program to mess with me specifically would be for them to essentially take down the whole system. Because now all of the gates describing my brain are intimately connected with the rest of the obfuscated program. You can either turn the crank on the entire program at once, or you can just like destroy it completely. That internal logic of the world is somehow preserved because of the fact that it's obfuscated. And the hiding thing comes out as an accidental property. So, going back actually to one of the things Albert was referencing as well, there's this idea of we call something X because we don't yet know what to call it. It's pointing at the idea that the words that we're using to describe these systems are placeholders, and they represent the fact that we just don't have a better understanding yet. So we called it zero knowledge because we didn't know what to call it. Now we're moving to a world of maybe something like proofs. Maybe we call it encryption because we don't know what to call it. And maybe it's actually about creating worlds with somehow mathematically unwindable codependencies between everything. Maybe we call it cryptography or programmable cryptography because we don't know what to call it. So that's it basically for Contact. You can find out more about what's next this afternoon. We will be talking about a bunch of these different systems that we've put into varying stages of production. Hopefully over the next couple years, we essentially take these mental models and we can start building out a lot more mature systems. And thank you, everybody. If you want a little froggy gift, feel free to scan this QR code as well.
It's not any froggy gift. It's not any froggy gift. This is probably the most powerful froggy gift. So. Oh yeah, this unlocks some really special stuff in Frog Crypto. So this is a reward for staying through to the end of the programmable cryptography CLS morning sessions. So awesome, thank you everyone. All right, so we don't have time for questions, so we'll wrap it up here. Come back in 30 minutes, either in this room for the workshop on extending the Frog Zone, which Brian just talked about, or go to Breakout 2, which is on the other side of the corridor in a much smaller room for the workshop on programmable cryptography from a software engineering lens. Thank you guys, enjoy lunch, and see you later.
Check. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hey, everybody. We are just running a few minutes behind, so we'll be starting in about 5, maybe 5 to 7 minutes max. And so get seated. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. If you haven't snagged one yet, grab a programmable cryptography textbook, because I'm looking at the table right now, and that's the last of our inventory. So if you don't get one right now, you might not get one. There's water at the back. Also a great time to take a quick bathroom break. Like I said, about 5 minutes, and we're going to get started here. So thanks for your patience, and tell your friends to come join if you think they'd like the content we have coming up next. Also, those on the live stream, if you can hear me, 5 minutes, and we'll be back. Hello. Hey everybody, everyone who's new in the room, thanks for coming in. As I said before, we're just running a little bit behind. We should be ready in about 3 or 4 minutes, just getting our whiteboard set up and doing some last final touches. So as I said before, if you haven't had a chance, grab a programmable cryptography textbook at the back. That's the last of our stock. If you don't get one now, that's it. And if you need a quick drink or quick bathroom break, 3 or 4 minutes, we're going to get started. So thanks for your patience. right. Hello, everybody, and hello to those streaming, and hello to those streaming in last minute. If you guys could grab your seats. My name's Remy. I have the privilege of working on the operations team at 0x Park, and I'm going to be your MC, but I'm really just a timekeeper for today, so you'll hear a little bit from me just in between each speakers. Thank you guys so much for coming to our afternoon session, and we're going to dive right into it. I'm going to bring onto the stage 0x Park's co-founder. Sorry. Come on in, folks. Come and get seated. I'm going to bring to the stage 0x Park's co-founder, Gubsheep. He is going to kick off this whole afternoon session, which is titled Multi-Party Fully Homomorphic Encryption in Practice. As a layperson, that is not easy for me to say. And I do want to extend a warm thank you for all of you for coming out. I think this is going to be an awesome series of talks. And without further ado, if you guys could give a warm round of applause for Gubsheep as we bring him to the stage.
All right, welcome everybody to the everyone to the afternoon sessions. In this first 90-minute session, we're going to be talking about multi-party fully homomorphic encryption, which is a new technology that a handful of our developers, researchers, and partners have been working on and prototyping with. So I'm going to start off by just kind of going a cappella on a quick introduction to multi-party FHE, or I'll refer to it as MPFHE. And after that, we're going to dig into Frog Zone, which is the demo game that some of you have seen downstairs on the, if you've seen like the tables around the Frog Hub, there's 2 tables, each of them has 4 machines, and you might have seen people going on there trying to either debug stuff or play stuff. I'll be talking about that game, which is our first end-to-end demonstration of using this technology. And then we will hear several lightning talks from folks who are involved in building either this game or some of the technology stacks that this is built on top of. And yeah, so let's dig right into it. So we can also make this, because this is a more casual session, it's not as much of a like prepared, like delivered talk where I'm just going to be talking at everybody. Feel free to ask questions at any time. Maybe if the staff is available to help hand microphones to people when people have questions, you're very welcome to just raise your hand at any point. Another thing is I know that we have had a couple of different FHE-related sessions throughout Devcon. So to start off with, I just want to get a bit of context on approximately where the audience is at. Can you raise your hand if you know what fully homomorphic encryption is? Okay, so that's most of the audience. I'm probably going to go ahead and assume that. Can you raise your hand if you came to the previous How to Hallucinate a Server talk yesterday that was about Frog Zone? So you can show hands there. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to actually start off with then is I'll start off with a quick multi-party FHE introduction that assumes that folks know what FHE is. And then I'm going to dig into this set of slides as kind of an introduction to the Frog Zone project. And then at some point, we can either move, depending on what people are interested in, we can either move into some code or we can move over to the whiteboard to kind of conceptually break down the system. So there's a bunch of different levels of the stack here that are at play. And our goal for the end of this first 55-minute session is to get an understanding of what are all the different pieces involved in this, in building a system that is built as an MPFHE application. Okay, so just to get started, folks here, it seems like most folks know what FHE is. The idea, in short, is that I can take some piece of data and I can encrypt it and send it to a server. That's something we've been able to do for many decades. One of the problems is once I encrypt data, a problem that I might run into is it's impossible for a server that's holding my encrypted data to actually run any kind of computation on that data. So you might imagine something like, let's say that I have some, I'm using an encrypted chat app, right, or an encrypted document store. So I'm writing all these documents locally, I save them to the cloud stores them in encryption, and now maybe I want to issue a query to the cloud that says, give me back all of the documents that have this keyword in the title. Now because all of my documents information is encrypted, the server has no way to figure out which of the documents contain the keyword that I'm looking for. enter fully homomorphic encryption. If we have fully homomorphic encryption, the server can run an arbitrary program on top of that encrypted data. So for example, here it would be a keyword search to check which of these documents contain the substring, frog or something like that, right? And the server would be running this program over data that it has no idea what this underlying data is. It's going to get as output some, in this case, set of documents that are also encrypted. And then it's going to send that back to me, and I can decrypt the result and get my operation. So in some sense, what I'm doing is I'm kind of delegating computation to the server, but the server is able to perform that computation in a privacy-preserving way. Okay, so this is how people have thought about FHE for a very long time. People have thought about, like, well, maybe we can do some sort of like private neural network training with this kind of thing. Maybe we can have, like, hospitals that are able to share data with each other and compute aggregate statistics on encrypted records. What we have been most interested in lately, though, is kind of a different way of thinking about FHE. So in the normal model, you've got your client and your server. The client sends up some sort of encrypted data to the server computes on it, sends it back, the client decrypts. It's like a delegated computation with privacy strategy is what FHE is being used for. Now, we're interested in multi-party FHE. What multi-party FHE is it's essentially a way for multiple people to get together and perform a computation or execute a program over a mutually private state. So how many people here have heard of multi-party computation, MPC? Okay, so again, most of the room. So this is basically using FHE as a way to achieve this sort of general purpose multi-party computation, right? So FHE we usually think about as client and server and delegating some privacy preserving computation to the server. MPC we often think of as multiple parties jointly computing something together. We're saying here FHE is almost a cryptographic backend to achieve what we want out of multi-party computation, which for various reasons we think could be a more interesting direction for some reasons we'll get to in this first set of slides, actually. Okay, so let's dig into this. The particular thing that I'm going to be first introducing is this concept of a hallucinated server, which is the sort of thing that we want to be able to run inside of MPFHE, or using MPFHE. So, as mentioned, we've built a game to demonstrate end-to-end what using MPFHE in this way could look like. And that game is called Frog Zone. You might have seen it downstairs. You can feel free to come up at some point to try playing the game up here. There's a table that has the setup. All these computers are networked together, and they're running Frog Zone on them. The game is very, very simple. I'm going to describe the game. And I have a demo that's booted up right here. So the first thing is, if you saw the game downstairs, oh, oops. It's like I'm getting a little lag. You might have seen that in its steady state, the game has a QR code up. That basically is going to allow you to log in with your ZooPass. So that way, once you're in the Frog Zone, now the Frog Zone knows that you have this EDDSA public key or semaphore ID. Okay, so I've just logged in. I can start, and you can see there's a very simple interface here. So the idea is it's a 4-player game. There are 4 frogs. Each of us playing the game will control one of the frogs. And you can see over here in the upper left-hand corner, my frog has like 5 health, and it has 1 attack. And I can move my frog around, up, down, left, or right. So now I'm moving around. I'm like only able to make a move every couple of seconds. That's because FHE is just extremely slow. We'll talk about that in a bit. And yeah, the other kind of key thing going on here is I can only see in this 5x5 area around me. So there's a 32x32 map. All over the map there's things like various monsters. You can see this guy is an imp, a cute little guy just having a bad day. He also has 5 hit points and 1 attack. This is a prickly bush. I can attack the prickly bush. So there's monsters that are just sort of hanging out throughout this 32x32 map, right? So I attacked the prickly bush. I destroyed it, so I got 1 attack. I lost 1 HP. Let's go over to the imp now. I can attack the imp. Oops. Well, the game is very brittle. So you can see I just took the imp's health down. I can do that again. So now it has 3 health. Attack it. Now it has 1 health. And then if I attack it one more time, the imp has been slain, and I have 1 more attack. Okay, so this is essentially the core gameplay. We have this map. There's a bunch of monsters. The monsters are actually moving around on the map, so while they're in the fog of war, they're kind of doing their own thing. And then you've got their 4 players, and then you've also got items. So I can go and I can like, here's a wooden sword, and once I move onto the sword, I get an upgrade, so I get 1 more attack point. At the top of the map, if I went up to the top, I would see there's actually like an ice biome. And in the ice biome, there's a dragon, and that's the boss monster of the game. So if you slay the dragon, you get a bunch of score, and you win the game. So that's the goal. Very simple game, and the total size of the game state actually is also very small. There's about 150 bytes that represents just the total state of the board and all of the monsters and all of the items. The front end is just a React and Phaser front end, and the source code for the back end is about the equivalent of 500 lines of C++. And yet, this game took about a month for a team of devs from Gauss Labs and Xerox PARC and PSE to put together, which is kind of crazy, right? Because this game looks almost like what a kid's first programming project might be. If I'm like learning to code in grade school or something and I wanted to put together, I'm like maybe a particularly enterprising student, I could put something like this together. And yeah, this took multiple devs a very long time to build. So what's going on here? Why is this hard? Well, the reason that this is hard is because all of this game state is actually executing inside of fully homomorphic encryption. And to our knowledge, this is the first time that someone has built an application in this fashion, where you have an application that involves multiple users, and the back end is essentially being hallucinated. It's being run inside of FHE. So that means all of that 150 bytes of state is encrypted, and all of the player actions, such as a request to move up, or a request to pick up this item, or a request to attack this monster, that's happening inside of encryption. Cool. So any questions so far? Yeah, question in the front? And again, for those coming in, feel free to, this is an interactive session. Feel free to raise your hand at any point, ask questions. Yep, go ahead.
So it says that the server is hallucinated, but it also mentioned that you're running like 1,000 CPUs.
Yeah.
So how does that work?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a bit when we break down kind of the architecture of this, but great question. Okay, so like we mentioned, we want to use MPFHE to simulate this idea of a hallucinated server. And to motivate this, we can think about how applications are run today. Today, the way an application will work is, let's say at Devcon, someone wants to start a social media site, right, for a social network for attendees of Devcon to be able to post and add friends to each other and send messages and stuff like that. Well, the traditional Web 2 way of doing things is someone would go and they would rent an AWS box, and then they would write some back-end code, and they would deploy that code onto the box. And then each of us, via some website or client, we would talk to that AWS machine, and we would be able to engage in the social network that way. Now, one of the promises of programmable cryptography is that we'll be able to do this, but just with the users collectively simulating the execution of this virtual server. So we could imagine 1 billion people coming together and being able to hallucinate the back end of a service like Facebook or Twitter or whatever else. And in this world, what might be going on is everybody could be storing some sort of cryptographic shard of the total server state. And programmable cryptography, technologies like obfuscation or FHE or ZK, would be used so that everybody can, in lockstep, advance the state of the computation one step at a time, while preserving, its correctness, while preserving its privacy, ensuring that everybody is only able to know or make, GET requests to the things that they're supposed to be able to know. And so we'd be able to hallucinate Zuck out of the equation for this particular example. And yeah, we can have this idea of like almost a perfect computer. It's a server made of math rather than having a physical footprint specifically somewhere. It's perfectly secure, privacy preserving, verifiable. It's interoperable with every other server that's hallucinated. But of course, we're very early in our journey right now. So what's going on is the Frog Zone backend is basically being collectively hallucinated by 9 machines, each of which is playing sort of a different role, right? So there's the 4 MacBooks over there, and there's also 5 192-core AWS machines. There's 6 C6A 48X larges, and it costs about $200 an hour to keep this up. So what's going on under the hood is that these 9 machines are collectively running the FHE computations together necessary to perform the action of the server. One sort of, to put some numbers to this, you can think about this as like every binary gate that is involved in the computation takes about 10 milliseconds to evaluate. That's about 1 billion times slower than regular computation. So, I believe that on modern chips, a binary gate might take something like about 10 to the negative 11, like 10 picoseconds to evaluate. So we're 9 orders of magnitude off. And then the other thing is that for every bit of plain text state, we have a blow up factor of about several thousand. So every plain text bit of state is going to correspond to about 3,000 bits of ciphertext. I kind of think about this as it's almost like we've built a cryptographic equivalent of like a particle accelerator, where we have this like enormous amount of resources that is existing in order to suspend in the middle of all of these computers a very small number of bits that we can operate on consistently. Just like, with a particle accelerator, we have this like enormous like magnetic fields and crazy stuff, just so that way for a brief instant in time we can get some evidence of the Higgs boson or something. So yeah, in short, we've built the slowest and worst performing game in the history of human computing, and we're going to talk about how we did that. So, like I mentioned, the ideal here would be for these 4 machines to be able to just collectively hallucinate the game through multi-party FHE. But in reality, because of some of the constraints performance-wise that we have today, there's 9 machines involved. Now, the same kinds of, or very similar kinds of guarantees are still preserved, but we're doing this so that the game can actually be accessible and we can get sort of the performance we need to perform the FHE. So let's look at what's happening. So there's essentially this fleet of AWS web servers that is storing the encrypted state. So these web servers, they don't see any of the actual underlying computation. And in theory, in the future, they could be substituted out for just a local computation running on everybody's machines. But we do that so that the moves can take under about 1 second or so. Otherwise, it would be maybe like 10 seconds. So whenever a machine wants to send an operation up to the server, let's say I want to move my frog up, right? So the game lasts only 5 minutes, so let me go ahead and log back in here. And for those who are interested in how the ZooPass login works without any kind of ZooPass pop-up going on, there's a session about that following this MPFHE session, so you can see what's going on exactly with this page. So let's say that, I want to move my frog up. I'm going to press this up button. And what I'm going to do is I'm essentially going to encrypt this enum up, right, which I'm going to serialize as 2 bits. And I'm going to send those 2 bits of ciphertext up to one of these 5 fleets of servers. So now that server is receiving 2 encrypted bits, doesn't know what those bits are. What it's going to do is it's going to forward that request on to all of the other servers. So basically, all of these servers are just replicating all the requests that are being sent from the clients. And then what those servers are going to do is they're going to run that move in FHE on top of the state. So essentially, there's some function that takes in 2 inputs. The first is you can think of as a 150-byte string that represents the state of the game. And the second input is this encrypted 2 bits and I guess a player ID as well. So it'd be like 4 bits, right? And there's a state transition function, much like a blockchain has a state transition function, that applies that move onto this 150-byte state to get a new 150-byte state, right? And now I flush my my memory, and that's the new state of the game, is this 150 bytes worth of encrypted game state. Okay, so finally, whenever players want to retrieve some state, how does that work? Well, what I can do is I can send up a query to one of these 5 AWS servers that says, get me the 5x5 area around my frog. That's the only thing that I am allowed to see, right? I'm not allowed to see the positions of other frogs. The way that this game should work is that none of the frogs should be able to see each other or see what each other is doing unless you're in the 5x5 area around where something's happening, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is that's equivalent to basically some sort of view function execution on the state. So I'm going to send up this request to execute a search and view function on the state and return it back to me. One of those servers is going to take that request. It will execute that view function over that 150 bytes. It's going to get out some representation, essentially, of a 5x5 grid that has a ciphertext corresponding to what's inside that tile, whether it's a monster or player or item, or whether it's an impassable terrain or not. And it's going to return it back to me, right? Now, the problem is it's executing this view function over some encrypted data. And what I'm going to get out of that is also encrypted data. So I'm the client. I receive some encrypted data back. I cannot decrypt that data alone. You know, the guarantee of FHE is that you put some encrypted data in, you run a program over it, you get some encrypted data out. If we had something like, you know, program obfuscation, I'd be able to get plain text data out, but this is the guarantee of FHE. So in order to decrypt this data, what I have to do is, the way that this MPFHE protocol works is all 4 of the machines that are client machines here are storing essentially one, you can think of it as a shard or like a secret share of the protocol decryption key. So all 4 of us need to put our shards together to perform any single decryption. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Again, if you were downstairs, you might have seen that, you know, in between all of the 4 machines, there was this kind of this switcher in the middle that all the computers were connected to. That was helping to coordinate a multi-party decryption ceremony that would essentially take the encrypted output that's been returned by the view function, pass it around to all 4 of the machines, and then all 4 of the machines would collectively send some decryption shares back to me, and I can use that to decrypt the output. So for those who are familiar with, you know, trusted setup in zero-knowledge protocols, that's something kind of analogous to what's going on here to decrypt the result. Okay, so let's talk a little bit then about, now that we know that this is what's going on, and this is what the function of each of these 9 machines is, let's kind of talk about the trust model here. So earlier, we had a question which was, we talked about this idea that theoretically we want these 4 machines to be hallucinating a server together, but there's some AWS machines in the mix here. What is the trust assumption on those machines? What are they doing? What are we relying on them for? What are we not relying on them for? Does anyone want to take a shot? Yep, over there.
If you're just storing the whole state of the game in like a little 150 byte plain text or whatever, you'd just be using the AWS to process the next state, right?
Yeah, exactly. So each of those AWS machines is storing the ciphertext encrypted version of that 150 plain text bytes. In fact, it's replicated across all of the AWS machines, and if we wanted to, we could also replicate that state on each of the local machines as well. So all that we're doing with the servers is we're simply delegating computation to them, right? So each of those servers can run that state transition function where it takes in as input the ciphertext and the encrypted move, the encrypted state update, and then output the new state. Any server could do that. I could replace this server with that server. I could have a marketplace where different people are providing servers to perform this computation. Or even if FHE was about 30 times faster, then we wouldn't need the servers at all. We could actually just have all of those calculations replicated and running locally on all 4 of those machines. And those machines would simply, at every step, run the FHE process and then cross-check with each other that the ending, you know, resulting ciphertexts of the 150 bytes are all equivalent. So right now, we're doing this because we want the move. It was a design goal to make it so that each of the moves takes under 1 second to process. But this is one of the things that we can do if FHE gets better. Okay, any questions about this? Yes, over there.
What about onboarding and offboarding parties? Like how easy it is to join the service that compute and store the state?
Yeah.
And do we have to regenerate the key and like reinitialize the whole setup every time?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's exactly right. Another limitation of this system right now with the protocols that we have is that you need to sort of set up the group in advance. So you need to designate which are the parties to the computation. Then they run this almost kind of not quite trusted setup like process, but something like a ZK trusted setup process to instantiate all the protocol parameters. And those protocol parameters are for that specific group. However, it's for that specific group. It's not for this specific program. You can actually then take that group and have a bunch of different programs running as well. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, so if we were to talk about like an ongoing setup, let's say MMORPG game that is like ongoing, then and it would be like permissionless to join and like be a part of the verifiers who compute the state. That would make sense to organize it into epochs or something, right? Like, and to regenerate the setup for every epoch.
Yeah, yeah. I think that you could imagine doing something like that. I believe that it's also, it doesn't seem too out of reach to also upgrade what we have, literally running right here, to be able to accept, adding participants and deleting participants and setting thresholds on like what is the number of key shares you need online. One kind of world I could imagine is, I don't know if folks here have seen, torrenting websites like the Pirate Bay, but at any given time, for any given torrent, you might have some subnet of some number of seeders and leechers, and as long as you have enough seeders, you're able to access that data. Well, we could imagine a world where you have, that sort of setup, but as long as enough people are online for the particular program subnet, you have access to that particular program. But in order to do that, you would need a protocol that admits participants joining and leaving at arbitrary times. Now, again, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, this is the sort of thing that becomes very easy once you have functional encryption and obfuscation, and that's why projects, this project and the precursor to this, which was called the chicken game, not instead of the frog game, sort of that started to point us in the direction of, actually, wait, many of these problems would be solved if we had this even more advanced technology. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Any others? Okay, so let's keep rolling. Oops. So the servers are, I guess they're being trusted here not to go down, hypothetically, that we could be replicating the computation on local machines. They're only performing a fully deterministic operation with no secrets. That's basically how this whole setup works. Okay, so I want to get now into some of the tricks that we use to actually make this game. This is a very simple game, but it is a playable game that does have some minimum number of consistent mechanics. So we use a number of tricks, basically, to make this work even in the context of a highly constrained computing environment. And for me, this is a little bit reminiscent of stuff that I've read about the early histories of video game or computer game development. Back in like the 90s or even earlier, when you had these arcade machines or the very first personal computers, you'd have these game developers who had very, very limited amount of memory, very, very limited amount of compute, and they would have to try to simulate some kind of self-consistent virtual world with a bunch of different rule sets. And back then, that's how we got a bunch of advancements in things like graphics, or I think things like efficiently computing square roots, or a lot of that kind of stuff came out. So perhaps we might see something similar come out of FHE over the next few years. Oh, and as one other note, for those who have been looking into or following along with blockchain gaming in the last couple of years, for me this has felt very reminiscent also of developing some of the first like on-chain ZK games as well, where you're working in an environment where ZK snarks are super slow 5 years ago. There's like no L2s, you have like a tiny amount of gas budget for your game. How do you build something that has a self-consistent universe? We might be about 2 orders of magnitude more constrained than the 2019 era of, let's say, like blockchain on-chain gaming, or autonomous worlds, as a lot of these games are now like starting to be directed towards. But similar style of thinking. So what are our constraints? Our constraints are we can't really go above 200 bytes of state due to the fact that once you need a lot of bandwidth requirements and interactivity requirements, because there's this 3000x ciphertext blowup, you're simply transmitting too much over the network. And again, for those who have actually tried the game, you might have noticed that downstairs, especially when the Wi-Fi was kind of dodgy, the game would stop working or moves would stop getting processed or all of these things. That's the result basically of the fact that all of these constraints need to combine together. The biggest constraint, though, is that we have this 1 billionx computation overhead. And actually, more than just a 1 billionx computation overhead, I would secretly think about it as like a 10 to 100 billion computation overhead, because there's certain things that you can't do in FHE that you would naturally do in a normal programming model. So I'll explain that in a bit as well. So, and then our goal was, given all of these constraints, we still want to be able to build a game where each of these moves takes under 1 second, right? So we've got 4 players. Each of the players moves takes about a second to process in FHE when it's distributed across the 5 machines. That means that I can move, my frog once every 4 seconds or so, and that's, going to be rate limited by the client here. And 4 seconds is about the limit for like this to feel like a playable game. So we're right in there. Okay, so one thing that I want to talk about here first is the idea of the circuit model versus the memory model of programming. And actually, is it possible to switch over to the whiteboard now? Is that something I can do? Okay. All right. So how many folks in this audience have seen or programmed ZK circuits? Can you raise your hands? Okay, so folks who have tried working with ZK circuits have some sense that when you're writing a ZK circuit, you're sort of fundamentally doing a different thing than when you're writing a program, right? A lot of stuff is basically like more annoying in some vague way. Well, guess what? You're in luck. Stuff is still more annoying in exactly those ways, or at least very similar ways with FHE as well. So let's talk about what it means to be programming in terms of circuits. Well, with circuits, what I have is I basically have a bunch of gates. On the left side, I take in a bunch of inputs. In this case, it might be bits. And then, I can run these through some other gates. And then, like, some of these gates might come together in, like, certain ways. And then I might, like, get some sort of, some sort of outputs, right? Now, in some sense, this also looks maybe a little bit sort of like, something like a neural network. I start at the left, and then I like go through all of these operations. These operations, depending on what kind of execution environment I'm working in, they could be stuff like, an arithmetic circuit has gates that look like times and plus, right? So I would take these 2 bits. Oh, actually, let's do this. I would take these 2 bits, and I might multiply them to get the output of this bit. Or I might take these 2 bits, and I might like add them to get the output of this bit. Other kinds of gates that we can imagine are gates like, logical operators, so or, and, not, stuff like that. This is approximately what a circuit is. So I can go from left to right and evaluate all the bits. Now, this is pretty different from how I think about a program, right? In a program, let's say I'm writing in some high-level language, I might write something like, int b4 equals 0, 1, 1, 0. And then like later down in the program, I might be able to do something like, check like if, c equals b of I, then like do something, right? And then like maybe like, or maybe this is like some variable, I'll call it like x. And then x is some variable here that like x is f of blah, 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 like some computation. Okay. So for those who have coded using something like Circom, you might start to see where the difficulty comes in, where the problem comes in when I'm trying to write something like this in the circuit model. In this model, what we implicitly have access to is this idea of memory, right? So you can imagine I have this big like memory tape with a bunch of addresses like 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, etc. And like I might put this array into memory, and then if I want to read out the number at location x, then I can simply pull that out of memory over here. Now let's talk about why that doesn't work in FHE. So let's say that I try to do kind of a naive construction where I implement this 32 by 32 grid by keeping a 32 by 32 grid of ciphertexts. So you see how like each of these tiles, there's like some stuff in the tile, right? You see these tile details. This tile has coordinates 224. It contains a monster. That monster is a prickly bush. It has 1 HP, 1 attack. Imagine I take all that and I try to basically encrypt that with my FHE scheme, and then I store it at the position 2, 24 in my array. Now let's say I want to perform some action that causes me to modify the state of that 224 tile in encryption. So I'm going to move my frog over here. Yep. And I'm going to attack the prickly bush, and that like destroys the prickly bush, right? What's the problem if I store this map as a 32 by 32 grid of ciphertexts? Am I keeping private what I'm wanting to keep private from the server and the other players when I perform this action? Yeah, over there. Sorry, can you say that again? Yeah, so if we got together and we decrypted the whole map, we would be able to decrypt it, which is why there is at least sort of a one-event trust assumption on the 4 players. But I guess what I'm saying is that
There's more than that. So, sorry to interrupt, but they might not know what you're trying to do, but they will know exactly where you're doing it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the issue here is, let's say that the whole mechanic of the game is you can't see where other people are, right? Like other people's coordinates are not being revealed to you. They're not being revealed to any party that's like inspecting the traffic of the network. So let's say I say, okay, well, I'm going to take my frog and I want my frog to do something to tile 6,3, but I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing to 6,3. Or like, I take my frog and I say, I want to take my frog and I want to make it do something to the tiles, like 3,24 and 3,23. And I won't tell you what I'm doing. That's a secret. That's encrypted. Well, this is going to leak a lot of information, right? This is effectively revealing to all the other participants on the network, anyone looking at the traffic, if we're delegating, if we're delegating computation to any server. This is a pretty obvious tell that you are moving from 3,23 to 3,24 to 3,23. Does this make sense to everybody? Yeah, so somehow memory doesn't quite work the same way inside of FHE that it does inside of regular programs. And again, for those who have seen ZK circuits, this is a similar issue here. We don't really have access to memory in the same ways. So instead, what we have to do is we end up having to do this sort of check for every single tile, right? Like I have to say, well, if I am moving on to tile 3,23, do this thing. If I am moving on to tile 3,24, do that thing. Get the outputs of all of those results and then add them together, and take like a dot product with the vector that basically selects which one of those options is true. So let me write that down actually on the board here. So let's say I have some function, and we can literally go and look at this function in the code right after this actually, that says is collision, right? And what that function is going to take in is it might take in 2 values. It's like some chords. This is 2 integers, right? And then the other thing that it takes in is it might take in, let's say, not allowed tiles. And maybe there's like 100 not allowed tiles, and each of them has like 2 coordinates, right? So what I essentially have to do here is I might have some other circuit, the like is equal circuit, that takes in chords 1 and chords 2. And it returns, 1 if equal and 0 otherwise. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to return this value. Okay, so chords 2, so I'll say is equal of chords 2, comma, not allowed tiles 0. Oh, sorry, of chords not allowed tiles 0 plus is equal chords not allowed tiles 1, and then et cetera, and I go all the way down to plus is equal chords, comma, not allowed tile index 99. Okay? And now if you can imagine, like I might, and then this is going to output basically like a 1 or a 0 depending on whether or not the coordinates were contained inside of this array. So that's basically a linear time operation. I'm doing a linear scan. of course, what I would like to do in a normal program is I might store this thing as a bitmap, and then I would simply just look up x and y of the coordinates and determine whether the bitmap contains a tile I can't collide with. Here I have to do this linear scan. Now, this blowup is basically what happens for every single operation. So let's say that I have some rule or some logic in my game that when I attack a monster, I have to subtract that monster's health by my attack. Well, the way that I'm going to do that is I'm basically going to loop through every single monster in the game. And then I'm going to check, does my coordinates equal that monster's coordinates? And if so, apply this attack. Does my coordinates equal that monster's attack? If so, apply that attack. And then I'm also going to have to do that for every single item. So anytime I interact with any coordinate tile, I basically have to simultaneously run all possible branches of the program inside of FHE. So that's why the overhead of FHE over regular programs is not just 1 billion x, in the sense that a binary gate takes a billion x more time to run than a binary gate in encryption takes a billion x more time to run. It's also got this overhead of the fact that we're working in the circuit model and not the memory model. Does this make sense? Are there any questions so far? Cool. Oh, yes, question over there.
The question might not have legs, but if we go back to the actual Frog Zone game, I'm seeing on the right all of the encryption, the decryption happening, and it's almost as if the program is basically checking for every single tile and encrypting it, decrypting it, and I'm wondering if that's necessary, or if there is any optimization and you chose not to do the optimization, or whether this is actually necessary.
Yeah. So, yeah, the ideal world would be that I can make some moves to the server, and then I can request for the state that I want from the server, and the server just returns to me somehow the plain text, the plain text like information of the tile. Instead, what we have to do here is I'm getting back an encrypted version of the tile, and then I have to do the four-party like multiplayer decryption to actually get what is in the tile. So there is an optimization that allows me to just get the tile back in the clear. That optimization is called indistinguishability obfuscation. So if we can crack that, then this problem becomes a lot easier. And that's what's actually one of the reasons that's motivated us to start looking so much at obfuscation, is because we're trying to do these things and we realize, oh, wait, this is really going to suck if we try to scale this up beyond 4 people.
Thank you.
Cool. So it's actually that line of questioning that also drives a good amount of what we think of as the research agenda in programmable cryptography. So a practical question we can ask is like, well, what would it take to not have to do this 4-player networking, or, for example, to not have so much difficulty instantiating a new group every time you want to do a new computation? That leads us down the direction of functional encryption. This sort of thing where like the circuit model is just way harder to work with and adds an additional 10 or 100x overhead on top of the programming model, that is going to actually motivate another direction, which is the direction of oblivious random access memory, which we'll also hear about later today in these afternoon sessions. If we can crack FHE or obfuscation-friendly ORAM, then we can basically do FHE, but where the indices of the memory that I'm trying to access are, in some sense, homomorphically encrypted in the same way. So, yeah, a little demonstration of how even just building a simple little game, you run into all these problems that you don't anticipate, and that just opens up and tells you about what to do next in programmable cryptography. Okay, so we can actually look at the move function that's implemented as a circuit, and this is also going to be a good segue to talking about like the development stack of this whole thing. So yeah, I want to talk about the stack here. So Frog Zone is built on top of an FHE library, an MP-FHE library called Phantom Zone. I believe Phantom Zone is one of the 2 libraries that exists for multi-party FHE. I recently found out I think OpenFHE also has something here. But yeah, the wonderful folks at Gauss Labs, mostly Jay as leading this, have been working on this MP-FHE library. And what it essentially does is it's a Rust library that exposes all these functions that look like stuff like FHE_OR. And the Rust function FHE_OR takes in 2 encrypted bits, 2 FHE encrypted bits, and it outputs another FHE encrypted bit. Okay? So you can start to build these programs that basically look like, well, I'll show you here. So this is sort of analogous to like looking at like an R1CS. You know, if you're deserializing what's coming out of like a CIRCOM compilation or something. So this stuff basically is going to, these are arrays of all these FHE operations that we want to do, and these are going to all get compiled down into basically a bunch of, you know, FHE ORs and FHE nots and FHE ands. Now, it's, you know, as you can see, like this is what the binary circuit for moving a monster around would look like, and I really don't want to write this by hand, right? Like this looks very painful. It's also automatically doing some optimization and parallelization. What we would like to do is write in some kind of higher level language. In the same way, I don't want to write R1CS when I'm writing in CIRCOM. So what we have is some of the wonderful folks at PSE essentially built a compiler tool chain that allows me to start by specifying my the circuit that I want to execute in C code. And then it uses a combination of compilers to basically take this C code and compile it down into a binary circuit. And then it uses Phantom Zone to execute that binary circuit inside of FHE. So if we look over one of these functions, we can see some of the things that we were just talking about over there with like the pain of running in the circuit model. So in fact, right here I have that something very similar to that very function I was talking about, apply, move, check, collision. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take in some of my old coordinates, which is 2 8-bit numbers, and I'm going to take in a direction, and I'm going to run, you know, the coordinate incrementing procedure on this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to take in all of these obstacles that are up here. So this is essentially, right now the map is hard-coded. We'll get to later how you can make it so that the map is not hard-coded. But it takes all of the coordinates of the water tiles, and you can't run into the water tiles. And it just checks to see, does your coordinate equal to one of the water tiles? And then it does the same thing with all the players. And if you did not collide with anything, it will return the new coordinates. If you did collide with something, it will return your current old coordinates, but re-randomized in encryption so that you can't tell that you didn't move. So this is C code that's written, and then it's going to be compiled down into a binary circuit. And then that binary circuit is going to be, you know, turned into this piece of Rust code that uses Phantom Zone. And then we're going to call that Rust code inside of our sort of back-end Rust code that's actually running the game in encryption, right? So you can see over here, I'm calling into this apply move function that was auto-generated by my FHE compiler toolchain. So yeah, I think like Edu and Han spent probably on the order of several weeks working on just getting this thing working. And there's a lot of basically like optimization work that happens at that step where, for example, we saw over here, if we go to the apply move function, that I have this like hard-coded list of obstacles. What that enables the compiler to do is it enables the compiler to compile an optimized binary circuit that assumes that all of these coordinates are hard-coded in. So you can start, the compiler can start automatically, you know, intelligently making it so that maybe I can do a batch check of a bunch of these because a bunch of these all start with the y coordinate 3. So rather than checking each of them individually one by one, maybe I do like a range check. So this is the sort of way that we take advantage of existing like hardware synthesis and compiler type tools here. So that's basically what's going on at the bottom level of the stack. That is how we end up running stuff inside of FHE. Any questions so far here? Cool, let's keep rolling. Okay, so using this kind of stack, we can write all of the transformations that we want to do in the game, which is basically like, you know, making a move for a player. Another one is like the monsters move around on their own inside of encryption. So basically we can like write the function that determines, you know, given some random input for how the monster should move, figure out if the monster is able to move to that location and then move it. Yeah, you can essentially model this C code as like running, or C++ code as running inside of FHE. So a level above that, we get to the actual back end of the game. And the back end is basically just this big harness around those FHE functions that sort of handles the input-output from the different players and does a bunch of the various tricks that we need to do to factor different kinds of state, etc. So one thing that we found out very early on in development is that it is a real pain to try to build and iterate on top of this kind of game and debug things when you're actually running the whole thing inside of FHE. So, if I want to test something, each of the moves takes about 10 to 15 seconds on my laptop. So if I'm trying to do local development, this is really tough. So what we quickly sort of landed on was we also built out a mock plaintext version of the backend that just simulates the exact same functionality that the FHE backend is running, but here it's in plain text, and we sort of just artificially take the benchmarks from that fleet of 5 servers. We see how long it's supposed to take to do a move, and then we just sort of artificially introduce these rate limits or these time delays in the mock version of the game. So that makes it much easier to program. But that was one small thing that we noticed, and it's the accumulation of a bunch of small things like this that accumulates into a full-scale developer tool chain, which is what we're sort of thinking about as a result of having gone through this first exercise once. Okay, so let's talk about a couple of the things that the server is doing, a few of the tricks that it's doing. So one thing that's going on is, like I mentioned, the blow up of plain text to ciphertext is huge. It's like at least 3 orders of magnitude. For every bit I want to transmit of equivalent plain text state, I'm transmitting like kilobytes of encrypted ciphertexts. So I really would like to minimize the amount of bits that I have to pass back and forth. And you can imagine if I was sort of writing this application in the natural way with tools that we have today, the way that I might return the 5x5 area around my player is I could have some sort of data structure, imagine some sort of JSON that for each tile just contains, does this tile have a monster or an item? If it's an item, what are the items like properties? If it's a monster, what are the monster's properties? Or maybe it has a big checklist of all the monsters and all the items, and I go down the list and I check off if there is one of those entities inside of this tile. Now, that's going to lead to a lot of this sort of communication blow up. So we basically have to be very, very sort of thrifty with our data structures here. It's kind of similar actually to writing some stuff in Solidity when you have to minimize the amount of call data or minimize the amount of stuff that's stored onto the chain. So approximately, and this is not exactly right, but approximately what is returned for any given cell is about 32 bits. And depending on what is in that cell, whether it's a player or an item or a monster or nothing, these 32 bits are interpreted differently. So for example, the 4th byte of the state, if the first byte had basically the entity type player in it, so that's an enum that takes 2 bits to serialize, or 3 bits to serialize, then I know to interpret the 4th byte as the player's score. On the other hand, if the entity type of the thing was item, then I know to interpret this byte as the number of points that a player ought to get for picking this thing up, right? So using this kind of thing, we're basically able to design the game around this idea that we should just have this 32-bit structure, and that's our budget, and we just have to fit whatever mechanics we can into this 32-bit structure. A last thing that I want to talk about is the idea of randomness in this game. This is sort of the last back-end component. So like we've talked about, there's these 4 players that are living inside of the frog zone, and they can each see the 5x5 area around themselves. But of course, the map is 32 by 32, which means that there's a bunch of this fog of war that none of the players can see, right? All of these dark areas in between all of the respective players' viewports. Stuff is still happening inside of those areas. There's monsters that are moving around of their own accord. So how do we make that happen when the game is being hallucinated by these 4 players, right? Like, how can we make it such that we can essentially have like an autonomous flying bat that's going around, despite the fact that none of the players actually knows where the bat is? Because here, at least with the frogs, it's a little bit of an easier problem, right? You could kind of imagine that, well, in terms of where the frog is, at least I'm going to know where my frog is, and you're going to know where your frog is. So each of us collectively, we're going to know where the frogs are. But somehow we have to simulate the execution of this bat flying around that none of us knows. So the trick for that is to basically introduce some notion of randomness, and this is some of the idea that goes behind things like procedural generation as well. So every time I send, okay, so actually let me back up a bit. What we're going to do in order to set the foundations for these NPCs to be able to move around on their own is that the server is going to keep some encrypted byte as essentially a random seed at all times. Now, whenever I, a player, wants to make a move, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to client-side generate some random byte, and I'm going to encrypt that, and I'm going to send that up with my move. What the server is then going to do is it is going to, in encryption, XOR the random byte that I'm sending up with the current byte that is representing its random seed state. So in this way, I'm sort of doing something kind of like a RANDAO sort of thing, where I'm mixing this encrypted random state. Again, very blockchain-esque sort of construction here. So now, at regular intervals, what the server can do is it can take that encrypted random state, mod it by 4 to pick a direction, up, down, left, or right, mod it by the number of monsters to pick a monster to move, and then execute moving that monster in that direction, all without having any idea of what the monster is or what the direction is. Did I hear a question? Cool. So yeah, this is a lot of this actually turns out to be very reminiscent of blockchain development, but rather than having to execute inside of this smart contract execution environment, we're executing inside of FHE, where we only have access to circuits, certain kinds of determinism, etc. Okay, so that move, for example, not only was I encrypting the enum representing right, I'm also encrypting this random byte. The final thing that we weren't able to get to in this version, because we didn't have the necessary compute to do it, but if instead of having 5 of these massive AWS machines, if we had 50, we would be able to do this, is right now, the map for this game is hard-coded, right? So if I log back in again here, you can see, so I'm starting a new game, you can see that it's going to be the same map, and my frog is going to start spawning in the same place. Now, theoretically, with this kind of randomness strategy that I've just described, we could embed a procedural generation algorithm that takes in a random seed into the FHE circuits to generate the map only when the players have joined. Now, this is theoretically possible. It would take about 10x more computation, so it's not completely out of range. But the point is we couldn't do it here given basically the amount of compute that is accessible right now for reserving off of AWS. This is also very reminiscent to a trick that we use sometimes in ZK games, where we essentially procedurally generate the game by implementing a procedural generation algorithm inside of a ZK snark. So you see there's all these different parallels between the different kinds of programmable cryptography and the different kinds of guarantees that they give. So the eventual version of this game that you could imagine, once we have obfuscation, memory, this sort of randomness, this sort of performance, is we could imagine 1 billion people getting together to be able to hallucinate and procedurally generate an entire world. And this world would have all sorts of NPCs, and those NPCs would be able to move around autonomously, like of their own accord. And I think that's really, really interesting. I think that there's some interesting implications for what it even means to be an agent in this game. So for folks who were here for the morning sessions, we touched very briefly on the end about is there a different kind of digital agent that becomes unlocked by something like the Frog Zone? I had a little bit of a moment the first time that we got a bat moving around on its own in encryption, which is no one knows where this bat is or what its properties are. And yet this bat is somehow still part of objective reality. What is the subjective experience of this bat? What is it like to be a bat flying around in encryption? It's a genuinely very interesting question. And I think it presents another alternative view on things like digital agency, where we oftentimes think about AI agents and LLMs and the fact that intelligence is one way of conferring agency. But another way could be, if I were to obfuscate or encrypt my entire brain and put it inside of a cryptographic program, somehow I have a self-consistency to that program that is an orthogonal dimension to the AI sort of thing going on. Yeah, so that's about it for the back end. I'll say one more quick thing about the decryption, and then I will hand it over to Edu to talk about some of the circuits. So one thing that's going on is if you look at this is just bad window management. This is not actually like strictly necessary. But the reason that to run this game right now I have so many terminals open is because what's going on is that each of these clients needs to basically be running a FHE decryption client locally. And we have FHE decryption clients running locally in Rust. So what's going on is essentially there is a decryption program that's running on all 4 machines. Those decryption programs are talking with the AWS machines that are carrying out the fully homomorphic encryption operations. And then those 4 the 4 decryption programs and the 4 machines are linked together on a tail scale network, and they're sort of doing this peer-to-peer communication in order to get all of the respective decryption shares every single time I need to retrieve new cells in my viewport or refresh the cells in my viewport. So this whole thing basically has involved spinning up something like somewhere between 12 and 16 total programs that are collectively running all of these different parts of the operations necessary to hallucinate a server, and all of this just to get 4 players playing a 4-player frog game in a 32 by 32 grid. So yeah, that's about it for the overview of Frog Zone, and with that, I will stop here.
All right. Let's get another round of applause for Gubcheap.
Oh, and maybe one more thing that I'll say is I just want to shout out a bunch of the contributors who made this project possible. It was a real team effort across the stack. We had John Majaya from Gauss Labs. We had Han and Edu and CC from PSE. We had help from Small Brain Games. We had help from Marion over there. It was a bunch of things coming together to put this demo for you guys at Devcon. So thanks again to everybody who was involved.
All right, we're going to do a quick little 30-second changeover. One of the fun things about interactive workshops is we got to have a fresh machine every single time. So thank you for our lovely AV staff who's actually been doing an incredible job. Actually, I'll take this moment. Can I get a round of applause for the AV staff for this whole conference, the volunteer staff, all the people behind the scenes? Let's give them a little clap because they've been doing an amazing job. We came to them this morning and we asked if we could have a whiteboard on stage. Could we swap out different machines? And they've just made it all happen. So you guys have been amazing. And now I've killed enough time for us to have our machine set up. So can I get another round of applause for, excuse me, sorry, messed up my sheet here. Edouard Sonneau, I think I pronounced that wrong, but here we go. Round of applause for Edouard, and he's going to talk to us about Boolean and ZK circuits. Round of applause, please.
Hello. So I've spent the last 3 years mostly working on writing ZK circuits. Some of this was Circom, and most of that was Halo 2. And in the past months, I've been playing with multi-party FHE and writing circuits for those. And I will give a talk about some differences and similarities between writing FHE circuits, which also applies to MPC in many cases, and ZK circuits. So one of the first differences is that in most ZK proof systems, you don't actually write circuits, you write a system of constraints. So the process is that you have a problem, you compute the solution to the problem, and then you write some constraints that verify the solution to this problem. So in this case, actually, I would say not all proof systems are like this. For instance, GKR is not like this, but the ones that most people will be familiar with R1CS, CCS, Plonkish, and error arithmetizations are like this. And an example of this behavior is that if you want to prove a division, you don't write a division constraint, you write a multiplying constraint. On the other hand, with MPC and FHE, we actually have Boolean or arithmetic circuits. And in this case, we need to create a circuit that encodes the behavior of the program, and the circuit will be fully evaluated from the inputs to the intermediate wires and to the final output. So we cannot skip any computation there. We cannot inject some witness and use it. One similarity that Brian already discussed is that doing branching is hard. Like technically we don't have branching, so if we have a loop, we have to unroll it. If we have a condition, we need to explore both paths and then converge. In constraints, we'll probably assign, do constraints that assign the possible results of every branch to a signal and then constrain that signal to be the result. With Boolean circuits or arithmetic circuits, it's going to be similar as a circuit that takes both paths and then converges. Another difference is the ownership of the data. In ZK, there's a single owner of the data. So you only have to think about private data and public data. But in MPC or multi-party FHE, the data that is used as input can come from different parties. So it's not just private, but it's private from whom or for whom. And this applies to the inputs, but also the outputs. You may want to write some logics that where the output is only revealed to some parties, to a subset of parties. Another big difference is that in ZK, usually we get parallelism in the proof system level, but in MPC and FHE, we can do parallelization in the circuit level. So for instance, if we can organize our circuit by layers, where there's no dependency between nodes in the same layer, we can evaluate all the gates in one layer in parallel, which is a great way to accelerate the performance. Another point, most of the ZK proof systems use field arithmetic. In FHE or MPC, there are some solutions that use Boolean, that use arithmetic circuits, but others use Boolean. And when we work with Booleans, we are in a world that is more familiar to regular programming because we can simply emulate the 8-bit integer, 16-bit integer, and then we don't have these maybe harder to reason wrapping behaviors. Another difference is the state of circuit compilers. I think in ZK, the current solutions are quite mature. There's many options. They have very good integrations. I think part of this is because a lot of people have built applications using ZK. So this has driven a lot of investment in developing this tooling. On the other hand, FHE and MPC has been less used in practice. So there's a lot of tooling that I would say has received less user feedback and hasn't had the opportunity to mature and get easier. But there's some tooling, but probably we can get better. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Great closing slide. Another round of applause. I'm going to quickly plug, as we set up our next computer, I'm going to quickly plug the programmable cryptography textbooks. You've probably all been able to snag one. If you haven't been able to grab a programmable cryptography textbook, they're in the back corner there. That's the last of our stock. So when it's gone, it is gone. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else left to plug. If you've been collecting the frogs, our frog shop will be open probably for just a little bit after the CLS, so please stop by there. And yeah, we're just going to get the next session started in about 30 seconds after this machine is set up. We will have a little break, so at the end of this particular block, we will have a, not this talk, but this block of talks, we will have a little break, so there will be a time for grabbing a quick coffee and bathroom break before we get into the next session after this, led by Richard from the ZooPass team. And are we good to go? All right, our next session is going to be from Han Jian, and he's going to talk to us about rewriting Phantom Zone. Let's give it up for Han.
Hello, I'm Han from PSE, and today I would like to share some experience during the rewrite of Phantom Zone, and I will try to explain the cost breakdown of it to show you more idea why it is slow. And as you can see, the frog game, like the frog moves slow because each 1-bit binary operation takes roughly 30 milliseconds on a laptop with the few FHW scheme we are using. And here's the reference parameter for reference. And 30 milliseconds is roughly 1 billion times overhead compared to a commodity laptop. So that's why the frog zone game looks a bit slow. And among this 30 milliseconds, there's almost 80% of time is consumed by a repeated routine that I will show you quickly. So this routine looks like this. We take a polynomial from the ciphertext, which is a vector of U64 integer, and we decompose it into multiple polynomial with small limbs. In order to do some multiplication with the bootstrapping key, we need to do FFT and send it to evaluation domain, and multiply with the bootstrapping key, and finally get back to coefficient form. And this looks like simple and quick to compute, but actually in a single bootstrapping, we have to repeat this routine for around 170 times, and that's why, and that takes roughly 80% of the 30 milliseconds. And if we break it even smaller, and you can see that the point-wise mount and sum takes roughly 40% of the whole bootstrapping time. So if we can try to improve each of these components with significant amount, then we can improve the bootstrapping time and for the frog game. So here's the tricks that we in Phantom Zone currently we have already applied. So for example, we use a complex FFT instead of a number theorem transform to try to reduce the number of modular reduction to do to speed up the overall ring multiplication. And also we try to reuse the pre-allocated memory for the routine I just showed. But we haven't done, there's still more stuff to do. For example, on engineering side, as we can see, there are roughly 40% of time we are doing the point-wise multiplication and sum. So maybe the auto vectorization is not so good yet. So we can try to manually make everything SIMD. Or we can even try to code the whole evaluator into GPU. And application-wise, maybe we can try to make custom lookup table generated by the compiler if there are many repeated gates. So we can merge multiple bootstrapping into a single one. And on scheme side, recently there are many cool papers that can try to bootstrapping multiple ciphertext as a single bootstrapping, so we can get faster amortized bootstrapping. So yeah, there are still many stuff to do to improve the Phantom Zone performance. So if you are currently looking for a project to hack on and the problem is interesting to you, maybe Phantom Zone is a good place to go. So here is the links to the Phantom Zone repository and some paper that we are using. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Han. You've got 3 minutes. Do you want to take any questions, or do you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have any questions? Don't be shy. Not a okay. We've got a question back here. All right. This guy's faster than me. He's practiced.
Thank you, Han. It was really cool. What is the final, more or less, speed difference that you got of entity versus complex FFT in your experiments?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, no worries. After running the benchmarks between entity and complex FFT, which is the improvement that you got approximately? And do you think you can do better than that, or like this ends there?
Yeah, so on computer, like not on CPU, I think FFT already give a huge improvement on entity. And I guess that's already very good because I believe people already optimize FFT for a long while. So I think I mean, my imagination is it's roughly there. So I guess the next step will be GPU or like other mathematically improvement. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Han. Another round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before I introduce our next speaker, just a little bit of housekeeping. So this is our last speaker for this block, and as I mentioned before, we're going to have a little break in between where you can hit the washroom, grab a coffee, and then afterwards we're going to have a whole second half of programming. The theme for that one is building consumer apps with programmable cryptography, and Richard Liu, who's one of the members of the ZooPass team, has curated a whole afternoon of kind of like more hands-on and explanations around building consumer apps with programmable cryptography, obviously through the ZooPass lens. So that's going to happen here after Riley's talk. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back for that. And I'm going to keep talking for a little bit because we're still figuring out the machine swap. Keep talking, yeah. Keep going, okay. Oh man, I should have prepared some jokes or something like that. This is a great little LED thing you've got going on your frog beret right now. Another fun little fact, now that I'm seeing the frog berets, and I know we ran out of frog hats, which a lot of people were after. Fun fact, in the second section, we're going to be using Meerkat for the Q&A, and also the folks at Meerkat have been given some swag, and we're going to be giving that swag out to the people who are #1 on the Meerkat leaderboard. So, you know, get asking questions in the second session if you didn't get a hat and you want a hat. And I think at this point we're good. All right. We're going to bring up Riley. She's going to talk to us about MPFHE as a privacy-preserving framework. So let's give a round of applause for Riley and welcome her to the stage. And thank you to all of you guys for sticking around for the whole session. So let's put our hands together for Riley.
Hi everyone, my name is Riley Wong. My pronouns are they, them. I'm going to give a heads up, this is going to be really fast. And there is a section about reporting abuse if you need to emotionally prepare for that. So for an introduction about me, my background, I'm an independent researcher. I'm the principal of Emergent Research, which is a research lab and consultancy for privacy and governance. And I'm also currently a research fellow at 0x Park. So I investigate applications of emerging privacy and cryptography tools with an emphasis on co-designing for vulnerable communities, as well as building infrastructure for collective agency and consent. So I think a lot about how emerging cryptographic tools such as ZK, MPC, and FHE can be built in tandem with cultural and community work, especially around topics of consent, digital intimacy, and community safety. So I think we can kind of speed through this a little bit. Yeah, MPC, good for multiple parties, contributing private data towards a joint computation. It's relevant for collectives involving multiple people, and it also creates opportunities for collective consent mechanisms that are mathematically guaranteed. FHE makes it possible to run computations on encrypted data, so the data stays encrypted throughout the entire process, including while in transit. And FHE is the best of both worlds in that you can compute on encrypted data for multiple parties. Yeah, so as demonstrated, we do have working demos and libraries for this. It is still in development and not quite production ready. That being said, I think now is a great time to steer the direction of how these tools are being developed by prioritizing real-world applications that benefit existing communities most in need of privacy protections. So we can cover some potential applications of this for vulnerable communities. So MPFHE is really great for coordination problems where if you're one person, there's a penalty to taking some kind of stance or action. At the same time, when you have multiple people with the same stance or action, you now have collective power in numbers. So one example would be for labor organizing. So if you want to unionize your workplace, if you're the only person publicly taking a stance about being pro-union, you probably will get fired, even though it is illegal. Using something like MPFHE, we can make it possible to privately commit to being pro-union. So you can say, I'm pro-union, and I only want this information revealed if at least 20 other people in my workplace, or at least 50% of my workplace also makes this commitment. and that information is only revealed if that threshold is reached, and otherwise stays private. And privacy is important here because if your employer finds out that there are unionizing efforts, they might fire you, hire a union busting firm, they can, put you on leave, et cetera. But if you have enough people and only unionize when that threshold is reached, you have now built collective power at your workplace. You can collectively bargain for better working conditions, better wages, et cetera. MPFHE is also really great for coordinating win-win outcomes for any kind of prisoner's dilemma style situation, which is like a situation where collective cooperation is the best case scenario, and we want that, but only on the condition that the other party cooperates. And so you can reduce the risk of penalty by saying, I'm willing if you're willing, and having that be privacy preserving. And one advantage that MPFHE has over something like trusted executive environments, for example, is that you can build governance mechanisms based on collective consent. So because the information can only be decrypted with enough decryption shares, whether you grant or revoke consent, your consent becomes backed by this cryptographic guarantee. Other applications for MPFHE, coordinating protests is a good example also. If not enough people show up, that can come with a lot of risks of arrest, doxing, police brutality, physical harm. So you want to keep your identity private and only have that be revealed when you reach some kind of threshold. So for example, at least 6 of the community organizers in Ferguson mysteriously died. Similarly with whistleblowing, 2 of the Boeing whistleblowers mysteriously died. Also useful for this idea of data striking. So it's a way of coordinating in response to major platforms or authoritarian institutions. So you can coordinate mass deletions of like deleting your account, deleting your data, mass unfollowing certain figures, mass fucking up the algorithm at the same time. Another really useful application would be an MPFHE statistics library where you want to collect information about your community. At the same time, if that database of community members is leaked, you've basically created a list of people to target. At the same time, you want to be able to make informed decisions about your community, like how old are we, where do we live, what are our finances like, what's the race, ethnicity, gender, disability status. These are all things that benefit community building and organizing in a way that involves very sensitive information around identity. And I really want to emphasize that these communities listed here are very much directly impacted by not having privacy protections in a very real, material, and physical way. Particularly at this point in history, privacy protections have always been important for these communities, and I also think that these needs are about to be heavily exacerbated on a pretty wide scale very soon. So if there's one takeaway from this talk, I really hope it's this. From my personal experience being in privacy and cryptography, there's a huge gap between people building the privacy tools and the people who need them the most. So I really urge you to work directly alongside communities that are most directly impacted by not having privacy protections. And one way to do this is through participatory co-design. And so instead of designing for communities, you're designing by and with communities. So it's about communicating and interfacing with community members directly, listening deeply, and building a holistic understanding of the full context of how and why these privacy needs exist, what the specifics are in terms of challenges, risks, and priorities. So given that background, we can take a look at a specific use case. So reporting abuse is a situation where, as an individual, there's a real risk of danger and consequence. At the same time, when multiple people submit a report, you can build collective power in numbers. So this problem is relevant to many communities, truthfully and unfortunately, including this one. And the current state of affairs is that people who experience abuse, by a vast majority, do not report for reasons including risk of retaliation, escalation of harm, risk to physical and emotional safety. There is some prior work to this called Project Callisto that also uses cryptographic techniques such as smears. And this paper came out in 2018, so a lot of these tools and technologies have not been made yet, and we've made a lot of progress in the past 6 years. So a sample system design for something like this may involve identity verification using ZK email, which is a privacy-preserving way to verify identity. Submitters can privately submit a unique identifier naming the perpetrator through some kind of community directory. And having a unique identifier is really helpful for simplifying the matching process on the MPFHE side. It becomes a simple integer equivalence check. And when there are matches, submitters can choose next steps in terms of wanting to share contact information, setting thresholds for how many matches they want before they share information, and being able to make a collective decision about what to do next. So here are some additional technical resources. I think ZK Email, Phantom Zone, Haunted, PSE, all these people are here this week. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really interested in building out this kind of infrastructure, so please come talk to me. I'll be in that back corner after this talk. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Riley. That's awesome. These guys will take your mic. Let's give another round of applause for Riley. That was a really awesome talk. I think frogs are fun. Collecting frogs is fun. Games are fun, and those are all awesome, and they push technology. And I'm really happy that we got to end with that presentation to provide some balance for other stuff that this tech can be used for. We are going to take a break. It's going to be an 11-minute break, so it is 2:04, and at 2:15 we are going to come back here, and Richard from the ZooPass team is going to show us how we can build consumer apps with programmable cryptography. So back here in 11, now 10 minutes, and we're going to kick off that session. As Riley mentioned, she'll be hanging around. Some other folks that you saw present will be hanging around, so feel free to chat to them. I know we have condensed time for Q&As. Thank you guys very much. Thank you so much for your time. amazing. Awesome. All right. Thanks for coming back for session 2, building consumer apps with programmable cryptography. I see a few more people trickling in, so I'm just going to give 1 minute for people to get seated and get sorted. You'll notice for this session, I've got a QR code up over my shoulder here. That QR code takes you to this session link inside of the Devcon app. If you scroll to the bottom of the session link, you'll see a Q&A section. If you click on the Q&A section, our lovely friends from Meerkat have created basically a Q&A app. So the way this is going to work, we're not going to have any Q&As for Richard, but everybody else that gets introduced after, we are going to have Q&As for them. So if you scan this app, you go to the event link, you scroll to the bottom, you click on the Q&A button, you can submit and vote on each other's questions, and I will ask them to our panelists. So without further ado, we're going to give a warm round of applause for Richard Liu from ZooPass team, and he's going to come up to us. He's going to come up here and introduce the session topic and the folks we're going to be hearing from. So let's give him a round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming out. Last day of Devcon. I know a lot of you guys are travel internationally, so it's not easy to come out on a Friday afternoon. One thing I'll say before we start is if there's a lot of open seats in the front here, there's desks too if you want to pull out laptops. So people coming in just want to move up towards the front, fill it up. That'd be great. So this is actually mid-presentation, but what I wanted to do is start off with a bit of an intro to this session and why we're doing this. We have a really big cast of folks here from Xerox PARC, from Ethereum here today, and I think one thing I wanted to maybe set the stage for, and because I do want the actual developers of the different apps and frameworks to speak more on the details, but just sort of more why are we doing this? What is the significance of all these apps we deploy at this conference? So I'll start a bit with that. But first, actually, just a bit of an anatomy of this session. So we have an hour and a half for you folks here. And for those live streaming, also thanks for tuning in. We'll start with after my session, we'll start with 2 lightning talks, one from the FrogNet by Forrest, and the other on Meerkat, which is this Q&A app we're using that uses ZooPass. Following these lightning talks, we'll get into the workshops. So these will be from the library developers, Veronica and Rob, who will introduce. One is going through and building a KYC system with pods and GPCs, a ZK KYC system, and the other is introducing this ZAPI, which is the framework that both Frog Crypto and Meerkat have used for building on top of ZooPass. Cool. So I want to just spend some time on why we're doing this. And I come back to this interview or blog post by Vitalik, which is talking about sort of what he sees as the future of Ethereum. And one thing that stuck out is, how do we actually make Ethereum something that people use beyond just sort of like the interesting ideas that we had over the past decade? How do we actually scale this up? And I think that there's been a lot of really exciting direction in terms of DeFi, stablecoins, prediction markets, all those many things that other people have talked about. But this direction of making the internet more interoperable, more legible, this other direction of Ethereum has been kind of, in our opinion, underexplored. And adding on to sort of, Gubsheep's talks on contact with reality, I think a lot of this effort around ZooPass and pods is very much in this direction of how can we get to making something useful in this other area or space of Ethereum's values. And one thing I want to talk about is how, we're all at a conference and how conferences can serve as essentially, early glimpses of reality for the future, right? So folks might be familiar with these 2 pictures. On the left is Doug Engelbert, who was formerly a pretty unknown Cornell professor who in 1968 introduced essentially personal computing to a wide stage. And again, it was all hard-coded. There's no actual product, right? But people saw for the first time the mouse, object-oriented programming, typing, and video calling, all these different things. On the right, I have a screenshot of Twitter, which was available at South by Southwest at 2007, and it was the first time a lot of people were experiencing social media, which had come to define so much of this decade, for better and for worse. So one prompt I want to say is, what given we're at an Ethereum conference, what did it feel like going to an Ethereum conference 5 to 10 years ago? And I'll preface this with, I actually wasn't part of the Ethereum ecosystem 5, 10 years ago, so I'm sort of guessing here. But and I'll focus on it from a technology perspective. So you kind of have a few different core functions of a conference, right? You have your ticketing system, who's allowed to come in. You have your communications. There's things like talks, events, whatever, right? And you got these people that come in. And there's data that lives here. There's, for example, your ticketing data. Are you allowed to come in? There's messages you send to people. And there's things you do at talks, for example. And that was 5 to 10 years ago. How has it changed in about 10 years? Well, the main thing that's changed is really just this bolded arrow here, which is now you can, pay for your tickets in Ethereum. And I think we can do a lot better, right? We can do a lot better than just payments. So just to explore, what could it look like in the future to go to an Ethereum conference, right? Well, all these different functions, can be smart contracts. We can have all our data stored locally, right? Everything is composable. Essentially, an Ethereum conference, or eventually the world, should run on Ethereum, or actually have some plausible story for running in this manner. And my take is that if we can't actually get to something like this, then that's an indication of something being seriously wrong in terms of what we're all building here, right? So here's one exercise, which is, what would it take to run a conference like this entirely on mainnet and rollups? What are the benefits? I think people probably here already, pilled enough to go, but I'll just sort of go through. Composability, ownership, permissionlessness, everything's verifiable, which means it's portable across different platforms, including all transformations on this data. But this is obviously not possible because of a bunch of obstacles. Everything's public except for cryptography, unless you use advanced cryptography, which others have explored in this session. A lot of the data is still out there on Google and other services. Development is really hard. I mean, just to the kind of extremely adversarial environment of smart contract development. And it's expensive, gas fees, et cetera, et cetera. So in 2024, going all in is still too high friction. And that doesn't mean that we can't start taking steps in this direction, right? We can't start, 80-20ing ways to start getting contact with reality and start deploying these sorts of, mechanisms. And one observation is applications like ZooPass have really started to make this possible, but specifically because of two different things. One of these things is called pods, which are essentially interoperable data. This interoperable data format that lets you specify essentially arbitrary statements about the world and a proof of its existence, and an ecosystem of apps, which we're currently calling zaps. And the data is not stored on Ethereum. The compute doesn't happen on Ethereum all the time, but it's easily verifiable on different computing platforms. It's easily portable across different applications. And just to give a quick primer, kind of repeating what I said, here's these vocabulary terms that you don't have to take notes on because folks will be diving deeper into them in the next 2 hours. So here's some examples of pods you might be familiar with just from this week, right? Your tickets, other tickets to other events that you've been to, frogs, collecting, essentially POAP-like event collectibles from going to certain talks. And also different kinds of zaps. We have everything from getting testnet ETH to things like mixing two frogs together to things like conference infrastructure like Zoocat, which determines who's allowed to be in the Telegram group. And given all these new technologies, what can going to DevCon really feel like, right? Well, these applications essentially form a network where the data is stored locally within your ZooPass as pods, but you can take them at will between different applications, and you can use proofs of them in order to get access to services, which is a really interesting, which is obviously not like the full scope of what's interesting with, programmable cryptography, but it's at least a step in this direction. And one interesting thing that's sort of organically happened with FrogNet is that it's sort of expanded into a tree of different apps that consume frog data too, right? There's things like Necklace, this website that stores necklace QRs. There's things that let you mix two frogs together. There's things that let you verify frogs on chain. So that's been really exciting to sort of see that happen because of the new capabilities from pods. And, you know, obviously predicting is really hard, but what's a projection of what this looks like and at a grander scale beyond conference data? Well, you know, things like check-in, things like communications, things like voting, games, social, right? They have analogs in the real world beyond what's going on at Devcon. So I think you can pretty quickly sort of see the pattern match into like how this is actually relevant and why it's actually worth caring about, even if you don't care much about just this, you know, things that happen within this conference. That's the sort of primer on, you know, introducing these topics and why this is interesting. I'll sort of move more into a kind of just fun phase of requests for projects. I know a lot of folks here are developers. And I just want to throw out some ideas ahead of these sessions. So the first thing is a frog social graph. So, you know, I can see my friends in my screen, right? But I want to be able to see sort of more analytics or information about what's going on. I want to be able to see things more visually, right? And on the left here was a graph from actually the Meerkat team when they were at ETH Berlin. They created this sort of social graph of ZooPass attendees, and I'm wondering if, you know, that should be an extension of the Frog Friend Finder on Frog Social. Another direction is you can have something like discovery be better, right? You know, on the website where people have been posting their QRs. I've realized like this is really exciting and cool, but it's not really like a fun, easy interface to explore around. So there's this direction of like, hey, maybe I have 5 swipes an hour to go through and make friends with people, refreshes every hour or something like that. That would be a cool sort of front-end project to explore. One thing we're thinking about as well is moving beyond what we've been calling Pod 1, which is sort of the ZK-friendly version of this data, and extending into more real-world data that is more cryptographically difficult to verify or to prove and verify on lighter devices. So things like ZK email and TLS notary are things that would be exciting to get into the pod format. So that closes off a lot of my introduction. I want to sort of cede the floor to our presenters for today, specifically Forrest, who's coming up next to explain Frog Crypto. And on that light, I want to show this little surprise here into the froggy void. Thank you all. Cool.
All right. Awesome. Another round of applause for Richard, everybody. We will, if you didn't get a chance for that QR code, we'll try to get it back up at the end of this session. Amazing. As Richard mentioned, we're going to be having a series of lightning talks, actually just a couple lightning talks, and then we'll get into some longer form sessions. If you need anything to drink, there's a whole table of water at the back. They've got little cans of water, so help yourself. I'm also seeing some frog plushies being laid out. So if you haven't been able to get yourself a little frog plushie necklace and you want one, we've also got some at the back there as well. And how we doing? We're looking good. Amazing. So let's welcome to the stage Forrest. Forrest is going to tell us more about FrogNet and Frog Crypto and all the fun stuff. So round of applause for Forrest, please.
Hello. Hi. So my name is Forrest. I'm the main developer for the Frog Crypto. And if you were at DevConnect last year, you probably have played Frog Crypto. And this year, it's kind of a similar game, but it's also kind of quite different underneath. So I will be talking a little bit about that during this session. So first of all, what's Frog Crypto? You probably already seen it. When you use the ZooPass this year, there is a button that just says score, and when you click into it, you are brought into this experience. And if you have stopped by our Frog physical booth, you probably received this pamphlet, which explains there are kind of 3 main ways of getting frogs this year. So the first way is you click the button every 15 minutes, and then the second way is there are physical frogs around the venues, which you can scan with your phone, or rather tap with your phone, And then the third way is many of you have already had the frog necklaces, which has a QR code on it. And by scanning the QR code, we'll be able to connect with other Froggy, or rather make other Froggy friends. And then finally, once you have lots of frog points, you can go to our frog shop to get more swags. So kind of dive deeper a little bit. So last year, might be what you have seen, and then this is this year's. The main differences is actually, last year this was actually part of the core ZooPass applications. And then this year, this is actually built as a Zap. So what is a Zap? A Zap is a kind of a dedicated, So the Zap is really kind of like a DApp, if you will, where it is a kind of a standalone applications, but can be connected to the ZooPass, which, if you remember, it's a kind of end-to-end encrypted kind of data storage, and more than that. But that's kind of one of the primary Go use cases for us, where you can kind of create these store these pods in the ZooPass and also read from it. So kind of one of the significant thing you can see is that you probably access the Frog crypto through the ZooPass interface, but you can similarly just the same access this as a standalone app, which it actually happens the other way around, where when you visit in this mode, it actually has a hidden ZooPass as an iframe in this domain, versus when you visit in the ZooPass, the Frog crypto lives in an iframe within the ZooPass. But in either case, that they both establish a connections so that your data can move around between your data storage in ZooPass and the Zap of the Frog crypto Zap itself. So there is this wonderful documentation that being put by the core developer of Pod and Z API, and dive more deeper into how you could build a similar Zap yourself, and even consume data from data that's produced by other Zaps, which is kind of the whole point of Pod and ZooPass. So here just is a quick view of kind of some of the core data structure of the Frog. On the right, this is what you see in the app, and on the left, this is like individual entries to kind of represent where your Frog underneath. And then finally, we have the signature and the signer public key. Again, kind of one of the cool use cases is this is a ZK-friendly data structure, so you can use this kind of Frog to build any kind of app that you might want, whether that leverages zero knowledge or not, like Richard just mentioned in the earlier session. Jumping onto kind of the second way you can collect frogs, if you have seen these physical frogs around the venue, you can tap with your phone if your phone have NFC chips, and that will give you a frog. And so underneath it, what really happens is, if you remember, you have these buttons you can click to collect frogs. Every kind of these physical frogs acts like their own button. So really, what happens is there's these invisible buttons that you can click on. And then every these NFC chips creates a signature whenever you tap it, and also create a nonce. So this become a nullifier we use, so that every tap can be consumed only once, and then the backend the server, once verifies that will issue a pod to you. And then the thirdly is kind of, this is a great new feature that we made this year called Frog Social, where people can connect with each other. The way that works is actually you're assigning a frog yourself. So up to now, all your frog are signed by a single private key that's stored in our server. And as you probably know, every zoo pass has yourself have your own private key pair. So what Frog Social leverages is that allows you to sign your own special frogs and send to each other. And in fact, this has taken off quite widely for us. People are being super creative on how they can kind of create more connections, and then there are lots of enthusiastic people who kind of build app around it and even write blog posts around it. In fact, we had 500,000 frog pods that has been issued over these only 4 days, where 400,000 out of them are frog connections pods, where more than 100,000 frogs that are kind of the regular pods that you collect from the button and cyber frogs. Finally, I just want to quickly plug on the two of the amazing applications. One allows you to use the pods from Frog Crypto to create new pods. And then the other one that's built from our Builder Guild friends, which allows you to kind of take pods and put them on chain. Yeah, so kind of that's the end of my sessions.
All right. If you'll entertain us here for a second, Forrest, we have got some questions vis-a-vis our lovely Meerkat app. Backstory of frog lore. I'll let you pick. Do you want to answer the question, what is the backstory of the frog lore?
Frog lore. If you're asking about Frog Crypto itself, this is more just around like programmable cryptography, and people said, we had the Frog Crypto conference last year, and that's where the Frog Crypto came from. But if you're asking individual lore of the frog themselves, we have an amazing person called John, and he's the mastermind behind a lot of creatives here.
Can you model simple CPU like Intel 4004?
That's a different session. Tell us the secrets of the void. Yes, the secrets of the void is a great segue to the next session. Actually.
Amazing. Okay. Is the other session that you said this CPU question might be answered, is there an actual session, or is that
I think that's Brian's question.
All right. Well, we'll get the answer to that during Brian, and scan those void QRs, and also stay tuned for the next session to get your answer to the void. I'm going to wipe all these questions clean and allow you to ask new questions for the next segment, and that's actually a great segue. Because up next we're going to have the Meerkat team. So if we can have a round of applause for Richard, we'll let him Forrest. We'll let him get his machine unplugged, and we'll swap in a new machine and get the Meerkat team up here. So thank you so much, Forrest. There's a little bit more lore behind the Frog Crypto. It's actually debated. I was hearing it debated at a dinner the other night as to whether it was a typo in a Telegram chat or you've got their machine set up? Okay. Whether it was a typo in a Telegram chat or a marketing stunt or something like that, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later. I thought I had to kill more time. These guys are too quick. These pros are too quick for me to ramble on. All right, Miriam and Florian from Meerkat, let's give them a warm round of applause. They've been working their butts off this conference.
Okay. Does this work? Yeah, okay. Hi, thank you for coming to our talk today. We created Meerkat. You might have seen it on Twitter as a meme. You might have seen it at a talk you actually attended. You might have engaged with Meerkat by letting us proof and verify your Devcon ticket and give you an identity. You might have collected cards, attendance pods, and generated them into your Zoo Pass. You might have created speaker feedback pods and collected those, and also let speakers collect their side of the thing. Meerkat looks like a web app. It is, in a way. Meerkat itself and its main functionality is a speaker audience engagement tool for live audiences, and our vision really is to take in real-life events and the connections and interactions and engagement that people have there and speakers have with their audience and bring it into a virtual world and make virtual worlds more real. And because we are humans and we care about our privacy, we wanted to make sure that anything we build within this worlds we make with privacy in mind and use the cryptographic tools available to us. And so Meerkat is also using the toolkit, the programmable cryptography toolkit from 0xPark, and it's a ZAP that uses the Z API that generates and consumes pods, provable object data sets as pods, but also as pod PCDs, which is then the proof carrying data that GPCs can run on. And on top of all of this, or wrapped, we take the pods and wrap them in SUPAS, so it's integrated with SUPAS. To give you an overview of the Meerkat app and the pods we generate and consume, when users or attendees go to an event, they scan a QR code, they right away see the functions we have, so to join the Q&A, to collect a card, to generate and collect a speaker feedback card. And they can see the questions, but to interact with them, they need to prove their Devcon ticket. So the first pod PCD that we use and do is for identity. The second one that we generate is an attendance pod when you click collect card, and it looks like this in your SUPAS, and then on the back side of it you can see all the attributes. For example, because Meerkat is a fully open source app, when you go on our Twitter profile, you can get access to the GitHub repo and create extensions on top of it. It has an open API, and you can also use the pods that people created. For example, you could be wanting to reward your users for attending 10 sessions of the cypherpunk track, just as one idea. And then this is the first pod, which is an ownership pod, and then the second pod that we let people generate is the speaker feedback pod, which is a peer-to-peer pod where both the speaker and the attendee gets it into their SUPAS. As we see a Meerkat talk space as kind of a world where everybody has a role, so the speaker, the attendee, but also the moderator. So the moderator has an interface there as well where they can play around. And there could be more pods that we could generate, for example, contribution pods for all the questions asked, or also for the hearts that people click for liking or reacting to a talk, or the upvotes. And we might do this down the road, or you're all invited to build on top of Meerkat as an extension or on top of the pods. And there's also some limitations within SUPAS, for example, for certain data limits. And I'll let Florian dive more deeper into the technical details.
Yeah, hello everyone, also from me. I'm going to try to speedrun technology now. So we have 3 levels of integration that you can do and you can use for your applications, and I want to go through them. So the first one is using SUPAS as an identity provider. That's basically what we did for you to ask questions, for voting, and also for reaction. This roughly is like what the flow looks like. So basically, we create a ticket proof inside of the web app. This proof will be sent to our backend. It will be verified, and then you get credentials that you can use to create questions, react, or vote. However, a quick reality check. This is how it was implemented until Tuesday night, and then we realized that it can be hard. So there's a few challenges that we faced once we rolled this out to 12,000 people. One was like, there's an extra pop-up screen that asks people to prove stuff, which from the UX side, everybody's like, what is ticket proving even? What is GPC? So one thing that was hard, and we also like had to remove at some point. The other thing is that GPC proving on ticket proving on mobile took sometimes up to 10 seconds, something that is like from a user experience point, and we're talking about consumer applications here, can be a very long time. And lastly, there was some setups, and specifically older devices, where this even failed in the end. So this is the reason why we actually changed up the flow and then allowed people to provide us the pods instead of creating the ticket proofs right on the device. However, going on, I want to go to the second level of integration that you can do with your app, which is the ownership part. So collecting the attendance POD. This is roughly what it looks like on our end. So when you scan the session QR code, you will be able to request an attendance pod from our backend. This session QR code that you see next to the screen usually has a secret in it, so going through the PWAs and clicking every single link will not help you. But once you do that, the backend will allow to create a pod that is signed by our server and then be sent to your SUPAS. I wanted to quickly also show you what this pod looks like and hint a few things here. So one thing that is recommended to have is the pod type. We use the reverse domain and then / the type. as well as the version number for people that are consuming it. And there's a few special fields you can make to make it look pretty. And last but not least, the owner is really important here, because otherwise we could have people basically sharing pods with other folks. But we really want to make sure that the owner is bound to like one of the zoo passes. Moving on, last integration step that I want to talk about, and something that we also heard about in the For Crypto already, is the peer-to-peer approach. So basically, this is what we do with the feedback pods. So attendees can sign a pod which is sent to our server, acting as a relay, basically. So we will forward the pod later to the speaker, and then the speaker can pass it or like save it in their zoo pass. Again, here's a quick summary of what we're doing. So there's a pod type and then also a version. This one doesn't contain an owner because we didn't get to the ability to share actually the owner key of the speaker. But ideally, you would always have like an owner inside of a POD. So quick takeaways for you and learnings that you can use for your apps. One is like integration is key. So for us, a major push was that ZooPass was the ticketing, ZooPass was the identity. So coming to this conference with this integration was key. The other thing is like client-side proving, as I mentioned, can be sometimes difficult, and that's why we needed to make adjustments. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is keep your downstream consumption in mind. So who else will be using the pods that you create? Because probably you've already thought about it a little bit, but our pods that we have could also be used in other use cases around this event. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Meerkat. We're a little tight on time, so I think we have time for one question. The top question.
How many SPOFs does ZooPass, Meerkat, Frog Crypto have? The server verifying proof, can it be decentralized somehow or run locally? Is this one of us?
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we can talk about it offline. But I think like the decentralization.
This one might be good.
The decentralization part might be where it comes tricky, because we still want to authenticate basically a certain attendance pod that you can then use and say like, hey, this was actually created by us. Or in case of the feedback pod, something that's always that's been created by a certain ZooPass identity. But I'm happy to hear any ideas how we can bring it there basically in the end.
All right. I think this DNS ENS question was actually for a previous talk, so let's just skip to the pod related features, and then we're going to have to say thank you guys. And if you guys have more questions for the Meerkat team, this is what they look like. They'll be hanging around after the workshop. You can come chat to them.
I should answer that.
Yep.
For future conferences, we have ideas such as letting people answer questions after the event is over and while the talk space is still open. Like for example, if you click into the Passport app now onto a Meerkat link, you can still see the questions, so they didn't automatically shut, but speakers could be enabled to answer there or get more in touch with the audience members. There's also a DIP that we wrote in order to a Devcon improvement proposal that lists out some of the extensions idea we had if somebody is interested in that. Or yeah, thank you.
Awesome, thanks so much. So for can I have the QR code back for a second, just for 30 seconds here? So just for newcomers, once again, that was the Meerkat team. We are using Meerkat for Q&A for this whole session. You can scan this code. It'll take you to the session link in the Devcon app. If you scroll to the bottom of that session link, you'll see there's a Q&A section. You can click on that Q&A section, you can ask questions, and then upvote on your guys' questions. Now, because we're using the same Q&A session for all of these talks, I'm actually, after each talk, going to go through and wipe the questions away, because we don't want questions from a previous talk being answered by someone who wasn't talking about that stuff. So basically, I'm going to go check all of these questions out, and as our next presenter talks, Veronica, you can put in questions for her, and we'll have a Q&A session at the end. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up Veronica Zhang, and she's going to talk about Zoo KYC. So let's have a really warm round of applause for Veronica. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Veronica. So I'm pretty sure like you guys have been hearing about ZK zero knowledge this entire week. As a builder, you might be curious what kind of applications you can build with ZK and how to build it. So today I'm going to show you how to build an end-to-end ZK identity application. We are going to use two libraries, POD, Provable Object Data, and also GPC, General Purpose Circuit. So how many of you have been to the talk, I guess yesterday, on POD and GPC? I think the title is like Introduction to Provable Object Data and ZK Proofs of General, ZK Proofs of PODs. Raise your hand if you've been to the session. Okay, so for those of you who haven't been there, check it out when they post the videos online. So those sessions are very informative. Okay, so POD and GPC are built by ZeroXPark. So in the past few years, ZeroXPark has been experimenting and building many different ZK applications for end-user use cases. And during this entire process, we've been asking ourselves, how can we make this process super, super easy for other developers to build ZK apps? And POD and GPC is our answer. So here is a link to the developer documentation. Go check it out. Okay, so in this workshop, I'm going to show you this app called Zoo KYC. This is a demo app I built using POD and GPC. I'm going to first show you, to demo this app, show you how this app works, and then I'm going to show you how to code this app step by step. So here is a link to the GitHub repo. So all the code I'm going to show you today is going to be here. So I really hope after seeing this example, you guys would be inspired to build your own ZK apps. I'm always amazed by how creative people can be. So here is also a link to our Telegram group. If you have any questions, we will be there to answer your questions. Okay, cool. So let's start with the demo. So before the demo, let me tell you a story. So one day I have this frog, Todd. He would like to buy a house for his family, but he couldn't afford it, so he is looking around for a mortgage. And then, can you guys see this? Let's see. Okay, so then he saw Zoolander. So Zoolander says, to qualify for a loan, you need to have a valid government-issued ID. You are not in the sanctions list. You are at least 18 years old, have at least 1 year of consistent employment, and have an annual salary of at least this amount. As some of you who applied for a mortgage before, you know you have to give lender lots of your information, your ID, your pay stubs. Your lender would like get your information from, like, for example, Equifax to get your credit information. But in this case, Todd doesn't want to do any of those because Todd has never heard of Zoolander before. What if this thing is a fraud? So Zoolander says, Todd, don't walk away. Let's use this application called Zoo KYC. This is a third-party application. So how does this work? You can take this piece of data, we call it proof request, and then we give this proof request to Zoo KYC. So Zoo KYC can generate a zero-knowledge proof according to this proof request. And once Todd gets a zero-knowledge proof, he can come back and then put his proof here to verify that he satisfies those requirements. And once he verifies those requirements, he would get the mortgage. Let's take a very quick look about what this proof request is. Okay, so you can see this proof request, it says you have to have pods. So this is using the library like provable object data we talked about. And then you need to have like 2 pods. One is a government ID pod, and the other is pay stub pod. So for government ID, you can see you need to have like ID number, is not reviewed, so we are hiding it. And this is not a member of the sanctions list. So we have like sanctions list here. And similarly, there's like date of birth, you have to prove it's in the range. So it's like to prove you are at least 18 years old. And then we are skipping to pay stub. So pay stub also need to prove this like social security number not revealed. This entry equals to the social security number in the government ID. I'm not going to go too much in detail here. I'm going to show you in detail later when I show you the code. So here, Todd takes the proof request, goes to Zoo KYC, and then put his proof request here. Now you have the proof request. So to generate this proof, so here we are using the library general purpose circuits, GPC. So we are going to make proofs about two pods. One pod is ID pod. The other pod is a pay stub pod. How do we get the ID pod? So we are going to get ID pod from this zoo gov. Zoo gov is like a government for the zoo. So it's like they issue like ID to the zoo animals, and that's where we are going to get the ID pod. So we are going to this zoo government website, ZooGov, and then Todd is like putting in his information, like credentials, and then log in. So he would need to like upload his ID card here. I'm not going to upload it now, but then he needs to provide his public key. So here for the identity information, we are using semaphore library. Okay, so we are going to get the public key from here. And then this is Todd's public key. And then we are generating an ID pod. So here is the ID pod. You can see like there's entries. The entries has date of birth, first name, ID number, last name, and social security number. Those are the information we normally see from the ID. And then here we have the owner's public key. This is the public key we just pasted here. So this is like, okay, we issue this pod specifically to Todd. And then we can also see there's like a signature and signer public key. So this piece of information is actually signed. So this signer public key is this ZooGov's public key. You know, so like other people cannot tamper with this information, and it also proves this ID pod is issued by ZooGov. And so let's copy paste. Let's take this ID pod and then put it here, the ID pod. And next, we need pay stub pod. Similarly, we are going to get this pay stub pod from this organization called Zoo Deal. What is Zoo Deal? Zoo Deal handles all the HR information in the zoo. So we are going to go to Zoo Deal. Still, we are going to put in our credentials, log in, and then we need to provide the public key for pod. For Todd, and then let's issue a new pay stub pod. So for pay stub pod, we can see we have like annual salary, current employer, first name, issue date, last name, social security number, start date, and similarly, we have this owner, which is Todd's public key. This piece of information is also signed. The signer public key is Zoo Deal's public key. Okay, so Todd take this pay stub pod and then put it here. So now we have the pods. We also have like the proof request. So we are ready to generate a proof. So here we are using like the GPC library to generate the proof. We can see like the proof is here. So it has like 3 pieces of information. The first piece is this proof. So for those of you who has been used like Circum before, you know this is like the result from the Circum, like using Ground 16. And then we have this like next piece of information is called bound config. So this is the same thing. This matches the thing proof request. So basically, this piece of information is exactly the same as proof request. And then we have another, the last piece of information, which is revealed claims. So here, what we are revealing like inside the government ID pod, we are revealing the signer public key. All the other information are hidden here. We are now showing like the date of birth. We are now showing the social security number. And for pay stub pod, we are revealing the signer public key here. So we are also now revealing, you know, like a Todd salary or something like that. And then here we have like owner, membership list, and watermark. I'll explain later. Okay, so now we have this, Todd has this proof. So he takes this proof and back to the Zoolander. So he gave back the proof to the Zoolander. And then Zoolander can verify the proof. Okay, congratulations, now Todd has this proof verified, he can get a mortgage. Cool, thanks. So let's go to the code. So this is a GitHub repo I just showed you. It has all the code. The application I just demoed is actually deployed. So if you go here, you can go to see this deployed application, and you can try it out yourself. Then, you know, it explains the code and the code structure. And here, you can actually run this code locally. So those are the commands you can use to actually run it and try it out. Okay, so next, let me actually show you the code so you can see the code here. Okay, let's see. Can you see this? Okay. Yeah, so let me know if it's too small, you can see. Okay, so in this like apps folder, there are four things here. So when I built this app, I first built this like pod issuer client and pod issuer server. What does it do? It actually like issue the pods. So for example, like this code like for the ZooGov and ZooDeal, those things live in this like pod issuer client and pod issuer server. So there has to be a server here because like first for normally the government website, the server needs to talk to the database to verify, okay, you are actually Todd, and then let me generate a ID pod with your information. So that's first. And the second is like, because the pod needs to be side, so you have to have like the private key, the Zoo government's private key. You can put it on the client, otherwise you would leak the key. So we need to have a server here. Okay, so let me show you the piece of code which actually would generate the pod. So this is the code to generate the pod. You can see it here. This is using the pod library. So it does like pod.sci. If you look at this thing side by side, right? Let's see. You can see like this side by side, you can see this actually matches all the information here. So for example, there's ID number, there's like type and value, there's first name, last name. So this part should match like this thing you want to generate here. And then like you have to provide the government's private key to cite this piece of data. I hope this is self-explanatory, so it's like clear how to generate the pod. So that's the first thing I did. And then I started building this Zoolander. Because in order to generate a proof, we need a proof request. So what kind of proof you want people to generate, right? So this is the verifier provide a piece of information like a proof request. So this piece of code is inside this folder called GPC verifier. So let's look at the code for how to generate a proof request. Oh, okay, it's here. So to generate proof request, let's see the code here. So if I put this side by side, you would see like this piece of code would match exactly this piece of information. So basically, you need to have pods. So we are going to make proofs about 2 pods. One pod is like this government ID pod, and another pod is this pay stub pod. For government ID pod, what are we going to prove? Okay, we are going to prove there's this ID number, revealed is false, so it's hiding. This is not part of the sanctions list. So the sanctions list is here, right? We are sanctioning those IDs. And then there's this date of birth, also now revealed in this range. So it means you have to be at least 18 years old. And we also have social security number, also not revealed. We needed to provide the owner here. We are using the semaphore library for the owner. So, and then for pay stub, we needed to have social security number. So this pay stub social security number has to match the government ID social security number. So it's for the same person, Todd. And we have start date. So this we want to prove that like we want to say, okay, have at least 1 year of consistent employment. And we don't want this, let's say if someone has pay stub like from last year and he's been unemployed for this entire year, right? So we want to know the issue date and have some like range requirement for the issue date. And this last thing we want to prove is annual salary at least 20K. Okay, so I hope I can convince you that like those requirements we specified here is the same as like this requirements specified like by Zoolander, so no more and no less. Okay, so there's also like 2 extra things. One is nullifier. So we need to generate nullifier to make sure like Todd doesn't use this proof to get many mortgages. We don't want him to use this this proof like more than once. So nullifier would hash this external nullifier, which is KYC, and also a secret derived from Todd's private key. So we can use this nullifier here. And then we also like have a watermark. This is going to be carried to the proof. Okay, so that's all about the proof request. So when we have the proof request, the next thing I'm going to do is to generate a proof. So Zoo KYC is, this app is a piece which generates a proof. It's a prover. So the code is in GPC prover client. Okay, so let me find the code to generate the proof. Okay, so this piece of code is inside the GPC prover client, and then this is using the GPC library. So the main call is here. It's like GPC proof. So it's going to take 3 things. One thing is this proof config. So this proof config is a proof request I just showed you, and then it's going to take proof inputs. So the inputs. We can see the inputs here. It needs to take the pods. So those are the 2 pods again, and it's going to take the owner and also like this external nullifier, membership list, and the watermark. Those 3 things are also from like the proof request. And then the last piece of things is going to take this artifacts URL. So it needs to like either download or somehow get this artifacts. If you are familiar with Circum, you know like when you generate a proof, you need to like have binaries, which is like your Z key to generate this proof. So this is what it is. So if you call this, then you would have the proof. So this is what this piece of code does. Okay, so now you have a proof. Now we are going to go to the last part, which is verify the proof. So verify proof, this piece of code is inside verifier. So it's here. And then let me show you the code. Let me find the verify proof here. Okay, so this is the code for verify proof. It's inside the GPC verifier. So the main piece of code here is calling like GPC verify. So this is also using the GPC library. So it's going to take the proof, the config, and claims. So those three pieces of information is the thing I just showed you here. So those results, remember, has like the proof, has a config, and also has a review the claims here. So it's going to take those three things and also the artifacts URL. So this artifacts URL has like the verification key here. And then you can verify the proof. But calling this like a GPC verify is not enough here, right? Because it basically checks, okay, your proof is correct, but you need to do more things. So one thing I need to do is like, I get this signer public key here. Like this is a government ID signer public key. I have to make sure this public key is actually the government's public key. It's not just from anyone, not from Todd himself. We also need to check, similarly, the pay stubs public key is like the zoo deals public key. Here we need to check, okay, the watermark is calculated correctly. And lastly, we are checking nullifier. So basically, I have a database which saves all the nullifier I've seen so far. And here, like when I get this piece of proof, I check, have I seen this nullifier before? If I've seen this, that means like, okay, this is from someone who already got a mortgage. I can't give him mortgage again, right? So, okay, so those are all the code. Those are all the code I have. I hope like after seeing this, you are going to take a look at our code base and you know, check it out, try it out, try to build something, and maybe also like join our Telegram group here. Cool, thank you. That's my talk.
All right, we have some questions for you, Veronica.
Does this system require the data issuer to set a pod, or would it be possible to dictate from some existing side data source like a passport and verify the signature as a part of a pod? So you can, it's possible to take data from some existing. Oh, I can't see it anymore.
Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. So like you have to, one thing is anyone can issue a pod, right? You can also take a passport and then issue a pod about the passport, but you have to trust whoever issues the pod. So like if you trust, in my example, you trust the government, ZooGov, so like that's the only thing you are going to trust. But you can say, okay, I'm going to trust this other organization. Like for like if this organization like issue a passport pod, I'm going to trust that organization. That's a public key you are going to check. So it depends on like who you want to trust, I guess. Okay. Doesn't this imply that Zoolander needs to accept the claims of all these proof providers are valid? What tells them these providers are legit? So it's the same thing. It's like for this Zoolander, it's basically the Zoolander says, okay, I'm going to trust the ID issued by this ZooGov. I'm going to trust like the pay stub issued by this ZooDeal. So that's trust assumptions here. You have to trust someone, right? Like the ID is issued by the government, basically. Does the burden of proof for truthfulness fall on the verifier? What happens if the verifier pod issuing authority? Yeah, if like ZooGov just like issue something like totally doesn't make any sense, like a fake ID, then you know, then this whole proof would fall apart. Okay, so do I still have more time?
You have time for one more.
Okay, will the proofs work if the request data is only a subset of the data? If all you wanted was to prove that someone, oh yeah, Definitely. So let's say like I only want to prove like this Todd is older than 18. I can still use the same ID pod I just showed you. Like for my proof request, all I need to say is like, okay, this date of birth is in the range. So like just check this thing. You still need to check like owner, like the public key, but like for this piece of information, you can only check date of birth. You don't need to check like other things. You can just ignore the other things you don't want to check. Yeah, that's.
Amazing. You're right on time. Excellent job. Let's give Veronica a warm round of applause. Excellent demo. Finished on time. Finished Q&A on time. I think that might be 1 in 10. Thank you, Veronica. While we get the next machine set up, we're going to keep this QR code. Reminder, we only have one Meerkat instance for this presentation, so the same one we just used for Veronica's Q&A, we're also going to use for Rob's Q&A. Rob is up next. So PSA, I'm going to go and delete all of these questions so that there's a fresh set of questions that you can be asking Rob as he's presenting. But the way you get to ask those questions and upvote is you scan this QR code and you go to the bottom of the event link that it takes you to where it says Q&A. You sign in with your ZooPass and you can ask questions and you can upvote on questions. So if you get sparked during this conversation, presentation I should say, drop your questions in there and we'll leave time for Q&A at the end. And without further ado, I'm going to bring up my friend Rob Knight, and he's going to talk about Z API. So let's give a round of applause for Rob.
Thank you very much, Remy. And thank you to all of you for turning out. I'm going to talk about the Z API. So this is the system that you use basically to integrate some of the ZooPass features into your own apps. So just a quick recap on what is ZooPass. ZooPass is a private data store, which has a UI for visualizing that data. It has a suite of cryptographic tools, so you can sign, verify, make proofs about that data. It has UI to allow the user to do all of those things in a clear and easy to understand way. And the crucial part that I'm going to be focusing on is that there are APIs for requesting, updating, and sharing that data, which you can use to build your own applications. So here we have a bunch of different ZooPass use cases, and the one in the top left, I think you will all have done, which is that you've checked into Devcon. If you didn't check into Devcon, you shouldn't be here. So that is something that you do using ZooPass directly. You get your ZooPass QR code and you show it and someone scans it. But all of those other use cases that we see here, those are implemented in other apps that use ZooPass. So we have the voting for the hackathon winners at ETH Berlin. That was done using Zoopoll, which uses ZooPass to prove that the voters are legitimate attendees of the event. But it's not done inside ZooPass, it's done in an external application. Frog Crypto, if you heard Forrest's talk earlier, you'll understand how that uses ZooPass. There's the ZooRat, which was used at DevConnect last year. You basically make a ZK proof that you're an attendee of the event. You send that to a Telegram bot, and it posts an anonymous message for you in a Telegram chat. Distributed trials. At ZooConnect last year, they built a system for participating in clinical trials. So they had wearable devices on your wrist that you would wear for 2 weeks, and then at the end of that, it would collect all of this data, and you'd submit that data with a zero-knowledge proof that you are a participant in the trial, meaning that they know that that data is coming from someone who did really register, but they don't know which participant submitted which data. So you get to preserve your privacy there. Zoom was used at Edge Esmeralda to enable people to share their Strava running routes, so you could see how fast people were running, but you didn't know who was running. In Gitcoin, there was also the Zoozalu Q2 grant round, where people, in order to vote for projects in the quadratic funding round, they could vote for events and tech projects to receive funding. That requires you to prove that you've been to a previous Zoo event. So again, zero-knowledge proofs being used to preserve privacy. And then the final example, bottom right, is Meerkat. Again, you will have heard a presentation about how that works for them and what their experiences were. So how does ZooPass actually work? it kind of works a little bit like this. This is a very simplified architecture diagram. But we have ZooPass, and inside ZooPass there is a cryptographic identity, a semaphore key pair. There's a collection of pods, PODs, provable object data. So this is the things like your frogs, things that you might have received for attending a talk in Meerkat. Your tickets are also pods. And all of that data, that identity in the pods, that gets backed up and synchronized across your devices using this end-to-end encrypted backup service. So that's how you can go from your phone to your laptop and you still see all of your data there. That data never leaves your device in unencrypted form. It's always encrypted. It's never shared with anybody else. ZooPass also has this system called GPC. Again, we've just heard from Veronica, a really good example of how GPC is used to make these kind of customized ZK proofs. And then we have these APIs that tie all of these things together and allow external apps to leverage this functionality for themselves. So in ZooPass kind of API 1.0, basically how we were building things earlier this year and last year, it kind of worked a bit like this. You'd have an app. So here we have, again, an app that was built at DevConnect last year. And that wants to know, is this person a DevConnect ticket holder? Was this person actually here? Because we're going to give them some testnet ETH if they can prove that they were an attendee. So what you do is you click the button, and then this green pop-up window opens up. So it opens up a pop-up window on zoopass.org. That then synchronizes your data down. It then decrypts the data using your password. And it allows you to make a proof about that data. If you click the prove button, then the spinner spins for a few seconds while it makes the proof, and then it sends the proof back to the original app. And that allows people to kind of build these kind of simple authentication workflows, which works pretty well for things like requesting a single ZK proof, but it doesn't work so well for more complex interactions. So Frog Crypto 1.0 last year, again, you might have seen this at DevConnect. Frog Crypto needs to do something more complicated. It needs to be able to write data to your ZooPass, and it needs to be able to write multiple pieces of data to your ZooPass. So, you're tapping that like search the swamp button. You get a frog, and you get another frog, you get another frog. You need to be able to insert those into ZooPass very, very quickly. And if you have to open up a new pop-up window every time you want to do that, it's not going to work. That's a really bad user experience. So we solved that last year by just building Frog Crypto directly into ZooPass. And then Frog Crypto has access to these private APIs where it can directly insert things into your storage. But that's not really a scalable solution. We couldn't then come back this year and say, okay, the Devcon PWA is going to have to be built into ZooPass. Meerkat is going to have to be built into ZooPass. All of these applications have to be committed to our code base. So we wanted to come up with a solution that would allow apps to leverage some of this functionality that's in ZooPass in a way that allows them to be independent apps that consume ZooPass using an API that feels like, under the hood it isn't, but it feels like using an API that's talking to a remote server or is talking to a browser feature. And this is something that we call the Z API. And this is a new thing that is being used basically for the first time at DevCon. And this allows you to build your own app. You basically get to integrate all of the features of ZooPass. So you get access to that pod store, the store of all of the data. You can read and write to that. You can run queries over it. You get to use or at least request the use of the user's identity. So you can request that the user sign something or that they make a proof that uses their identity. And you get these UI primitives that, for instance, visualize a proof. So the user is being asked to prove something. What are they being asked to prove? That UI is pre-built for you. And you can see some examples of things that people have built. One of my favorites is the Shulgin.engineering, which takes your frogs and develops psychedelic substances from them. It's pretty cool. So this is a slightly different architecture to the kind of the V1. In this, the app is like a regular web app, and it can do regular web app stuff. It can talk to remote servers. It can do all of those usual things. It has JavaScript. But it also has this embedded ZooPass. And the embedded ZooPass can do all of the things that ZooPass can do. So that can query things from your pod store. It can access your identity. It can invoke these cryptographic gadgets to generate proofs and so forth. So now your app has basically all of the capabilities that ZooPass does. And it can use and reuse data that other apps have created. So I can create an app that, with the user's permission, will read from their frogs, for instance. So I can create an app that consumes that frog data and makes new novel proofs about it. I can combine frogs and tickets and make novel proofs about those. And I can insert things into that same collection. So these games or these interactions and experiences become open worlds that you can extend and combine and create new variations on. So how does this actually work? You connect to ZooPass using a hidden iframe. So ZooPass basically loads up in this iframe behind the scenes. And communication between your app and ZooPass is done by sending messages. So the browser has a built-in post message API, and this allows for real-time message exchange between the two applications. So this is actually much faster in many cases than doing a network request. The request is kind of basically occurring on your device. So you ask ZooPass to do something, and all of the computation necessary to serve that request is happening on the device. It's happening on the phone, on the laptop. It's not going over the network and asking a server to do something, because in the case of ZooPass, the server doesn't know anything. All of the data is on the client. So you can do things like read and query, you can insert, you can delete, you can request signatures, you can generate proofs. Now this sounds a little bit dangerous, so there is a permission system that allows the user to decide which things is your app going to be allowed to do. Pods are divided into collections, so frogs are in a different collection to Devcon tickets, for instance, and an app might have permission to access frogs, but not Devcon tickets, or vice versa. You can also create new collections for your own app, or you can request access to a collection that was created by another app. You can also request the permission to sign pods. So this is basically the whole of the API. If you see this, this is basically everything you can do. So we have pod operations, query, insert, delete, subscribe, and unsubscribe. Basically gives you live updates to the pod store as it changes. And sign kind of asks the user to sign something. Sign prefixed is a kind of special type of signature for kind of unsafe signing. You can get the user's identity, you can get their public key, and you can request a GPC proof. So querying kind of looks a little bit like this. Let's say we have the frogs collection. We can request a frog with a jump score that is between 5 and 100, minimum of 5, maximum 100. Or we can request a frog with a certain mood that must be a member of a collection. And that means it must have a value of either angry or lazy. If the frog is neither angry nor lazy, then it's the wrong mood and you won't get that one back. So you can use conditions like is member of, is not member of, and in range to construct your queries. You could use this on tickets, for instance, to select tickets from a particular event. If you have frogs, you can use the ranges in particular to get frogs with particular attributes that have particular scores. You can also create your own pods. So we've seen examples of pods earlier. You can create your own pods with arbitrary data, any type of data that you want that is supported by the pod data types. So here I'm just creating a pod with 3 entries, greeting, magic number, and email address. And then I'm asking the user, would they like to sign this pod? If they do, it will be signed with their key. And then I'm going to insert that into a collection called new pods. I can also then make a proof request, which looks something like this. So again, taking that same type of pod that I just created, I'm going to give a set of valid greetings. So we had a greetings entry. We're going to then specify, these are some valid greetings. There was a magic number, so I'm going to specify a range of acceptable numbers. And I'm also going to say there must be an email address. It must be a string, but otherwise I'm not going to constrain what I need that to be. And I want to know what the email address is. So what I'm asking for here is a proof that discloses an email address of a pod that has entries that are in the ranges or satisfying the criteria that I've specified. When I invoke that function, so when I call the proof function, that will then cause a pop-up modal to appear in the app where the user will be asked to agree to make that proof. So this looks something a bit like this. You can see that the proof request is asking for the email address, and in this case it shows test@example.com is your email address, so that's what's going to get revealed in that proof. Importantly, this is transmitted via messages between frames, as I said before. So this data doesn't leave the device. It never goes over the network. It is very much a local operation. So this enables a bunch of different options for you. You can build apps that use ZooPass as a primary data store, for example. So Frog Crypto uses ZooPass as a data store. Frog Crypto doesn't store your frogs on a server. It stores your frogs in ZooPass, and that is the only place that those frogs can be found. You can use it to then query data. So again, take Frog Crypto as an example. When it lists out the frogs, it's running a query against that data store. We've seen a whole bunch of apps that are using zero-knowledge proofs around, whether it's around tickets, whether it's around frogs, questions and answers. That can also be requested and visualized using the built-in UI. And then you can also request user signatures of pods. So in Frog Social and in some of the more kind of peer-to-peer communication scenarios, I can sign my own pods and send those to somebody else. They can then receive those and verify that they have my signature, verify that my public key was used. One way to think about this is that what we're trying to build here is something that sort of previews something that we expect the whole world will have, some years down the line. So if you think about what browsers could do 30 years ago, they could basically render text. And then someone figured out, hey, maybe we could do images, and then tables, and then maybe we could do style sheets, I think probably was one of the things that came next. And then after that, JavaScript, background requests, and it kind of rolls forward. Now we have cryptography in the browser. We have real-time communication in the browser. We have local storage. We have access to the file system. We have a whole bunch of things that weren't there in the original browser. And that process is going to continue. Our thesis is that programmable cryptography is going to go everywhere. And so it seems quite reasonable to me that in the future, programmable cryptography itself will be built into the browser. You'll be able to make ZK proofs using built-in browser APIs. But right now that doesn't exist. So you can use ZAPI to get that window onto the future that we think everybody is going to have pretty soon. So how do you get started with something like this? It's actually pretty simple. I'm going to walk through a small example. And this involves installing basically 2 NPM packages. So we install the app connector package, and we're going to install the ticket spec package. And this is how you connect. So you import the connect function. You define your ZAP. You give it a name, Devcon ticket verify. It's not a very imaginative name, but it'll do. You specify the permissions that you want. So in this case, we're going to request proofs. That's the permission that we want. And we want to be able to do that for the Devcon SEA collection. So then we create this object, Z-object, by calling the connect function. We pass in the details of our app, and we give it an HTML element on our page that it can insert the iframe into. So this is, I don't know, what, 10, 12 lines of code. We then define a proof that we want to make. So we want to make a proof about Devcon tickets. So we're going to specify that there must be a public key. So this here is the Devcon public key that was used to sign all Devcon tickets. We have the unique event ID that specifies Devcon. And we want to reveal the email and name of the attendee. So when we run this proof request, we're going to get back a proof with a name and an email, but also a guarantee that that name and email is attached to a legitimate Devcon ticket. So then we call this function, we call prove, we pass in the proof request that we just saw, and we want to restrict that to the Devcon SEA collection. So we're saying only use inputs from that collection. And if that's successful, we can then print out the email and the value. And what we've got back is this proof. So we're not just getting some data back without being sure where it came from. We're getting a full ZK proof. We can send that ZK proof to a server. That can send it to another server. Whole long chains of distribution can occur. And every step along that chain, we'll still be able to verify that that's a legit proof. We'll still be able to verify that there really was a Devcon ticket behind all of this. So I'm going to recap kind of briefly over some of the things that you've heard already and over the ZAPI in general. We have pods, and pods let you define your own data structures. You can define any data structure you like. You can give things their own names. You can create numbers. You can create dates. You can create strings. You can create EDDSA public keys. You can specify constraints on those things. You can specify ranges on those numbers. You can specify lists of valid public keys and so forth. And that allows you to say, this is what makes something a frog. This is what makes something a ticket. This is what makes something a record of attendance. And you can share both the structure with other people, so other people can then take that structure and say, okay, I'm going to make an app that reads that structure, that knows about what a frog is, that knows how to work with tickets, or knows how to make frogs and knows how to make tickets. GPCs let you create your own logic. So this lets you create your own ways of interpreting those things, ways of deriving meaning from one or more pods, collections of pods, where for me, what I care about is, I just really want to know, like, did this person attend this event? Somebody else might care about, what specific type of ticket do they have? Maybe we want to create something that's just for speakers. Maybe we want to create something that's just for a particular subcategory. So you can create your own custom logic using GPC proofs and build your own ZK proofs just using this very simple configuration language. And then with ZAPI, you can build apps that leverage these things. You don't need to worry about building your own pod store. You don't need to worry about managing cryptographic artifacts, which is actually a slightly difficult thing. There's a lot of pain and difficulty that we've kind of figured out how to work around. We're doing those things that is now packaged up for you by ZAPI. And users will come bringing their pre-existing personal data store that they already have, with their frogs, with their tickets, and they can use that to interact with your app. And then, where might this go next? So, this interface is defined. There is a library that defines this. There's a GitHub repo called ParkNet Client, which defines this API. There's a kind of RPC library. What's interesting there is that you could take that and build your own client. You could take that and build your own thing that does the same job as ZooPass. So there was a question earlier about decentralizing ZooPass, and is it possible to replace some of these components with others? Well, if you have something that implements this API, it will do the same job as ZooPass. So if you have a better idea for how to store pods, you have a better idea for how to synchronize them between devices, you can build your own client and it will be able to serve that same role. Instead of signing in with ZooPass, you can sign in with something you built yourself that will be able to respond to queries and produce GPC proofs. So that's basically everything I have to say about ZAPI. I'm hoping you have some questions. I'm hoping I didn't go too fast through all of that. I know that was a lot of stuff to cover. But yeah, I'd be really keen to hear what it is you have to ask. And also I want to highlight, we have a Telegram chat. So if you're interested in building on ZooPass, if you're interested in learning more about Pod, GPC, ZAPI, any of these things, please join our Telegram group. We'd love to hear from you. And yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Rob. I've literally been flying around the world with Rob for the last maybe year and a half while he's and the ZooPass team have been implementing at pop-up cities in Zoo Berlin and Zoo Prague, or sorry, ETH Berlin and ETH Prague, and now Devcon and DevConnect before that. So it's been a wild ride. The amount of work you guys have done, both behind the screen but literally on the ground, has been really cool. You don't have to hope for questions.
Oh, wow.
They're here. So I'll let you answer them based on the upvoting. Okay. And before Rob does that, I'll just remind you, if you go to that link and you scroll to the bottom and you click on Q&A, you will be able to ask and vote on the questions you want to see Rob answer. So would you want me to narrate them for you, Rob, or would you rather just read them? What's easy for you?
I'll pick these up. So,
okay.
So that top question is a really good question. Where does the ZooPass data store live? So it kind of lives in two places. The primary place it lives is on your device. So when you create an account in ZooPass, you have no data. It's a new account. The first thing we do is we create a cryptographic key pair for you. And you add a password to your account. We then take that cryptographic key pair, use your password to encrypt it, and then we synchronize that to a basically a cloud backup. So that's just that is just a backup of that data. It's not the primary store of that data. It's just a backup for that data. But that allows you to sign in on another device, download that backup, and enter your password, and you'll be able to decrypt it. So the data, in terms of being usable, is only ever really usable on your own devices. That backup server is operated by us, so I suppose in that sense it is a single point of failure, and that's something that, for decentralization reasons, it'd be good to have more options for where that data might live. We do also have an export function, so you can just export your data directly and import it directly. So I think thinking of the data as living somewhere, I think it lives on your device, and there's a sort of cold storage backup that is totally encrypted. I think the second question is basically answered by the first question. So the server can't see your data. The server only sees an encrypted blob. Your password is necessary to decrypt that blob. The server can't see what's going on.
Did you answer this? Is that what you're referring to? Can you send pods? What if I want to move, remove, and send a pod?
So, you can send pods. You can send pods by just copying and pasting. So I think we have like I think we have now a copy pod button that just gets a sort of JSON export of the pod. You can copy that. You can put it in an email. You can send it over Signal or Telegram. There is no kind of like built-in like send somebody a pod in ZooPass functionality right now. That's something that we're kind of very interested in adding in the future. But pods are provable object data, but they're also portable object data in the sense that because they have signatures, you don't need to care about like how you got the pod. You need to care about whether or not you can verify it. So does it have the right public key? So in that sense, the transport it's kind of transport agnostic. So I think this question is sort of relating more to Zoo KYC, but I think it's a relevant question for just any situation like this. There is definitely a challenge of like getting people to agree on structure. So like what is a ticket, or what makes something a valid ticket for a given purpose? That's a question that comes up a lot. I have this Devcon ticket. I make a proof about it. How do you know that that's actually a valid Devcon ticket? Well, you do need to know some information. You do need to know some things. Like you need to know what's the Devcon public key. If you don't know what the Devcon public key is, then I could be presenting you with a proof and you just can't interpret it. So there is some information that is needed. That would obviously be published by, for instance, the Devcon organizers might publish that key. We, in the past, have published lists of interesting keys for kind of certain authorities like Zuzulu, DevConnect, and so forth. You also need to know things like unique event IDs. Again, we've also published lists of those in the past. This is something that in the future I would imagine registries kind of springing up to serve this use case. Embedding all the data to client side, yes. Yes, in the sense that if you end up with like gigabytes of data and you have to be synchronizing that back and forth all the time, I think that would end up being pretty slow. One of the reasons for making, for sort of breaking pods up into separate collections, I mentioned earlier there's like a frogs collection, Devcon collection, and so forth, is that we want to be able to synchronize those independently. So if I say, I have an app and it needs to be able to read frogs, instead of needing to synchronize like everything in my pod store, we can synchronize just the frogs, just the thing that we need for the purpose of making the current proof or for interacting with that data.
Mobile apps was the next question.
So right now there is no direct kind of mobile app equivalent of the web app functionality. Obviously, you could make a embed some web code inside a native app, but there's not like an native iOS or Android library for this right now. I'd be interested in the question is about hacking on Android in relation to iframes. I'd be really interested to talk to whoever asked that question about the specific things they've encountered with that, because we're very interested in trying to test out some of these security risks. If we can create a reproducible hack, we'd be very interested in trying to figure out how to close that loophole.
Just to interject, Rob, we're probably going to have a few extra minutes before closing ceremonies. So is it fair to say whoever asked that question, or if your question doesn't get answered, you can meet Rob in the back corner? Am I allowed to pitch that?
Oh yes, yeah. Don't worry.
Shell out your time.
Come and bother me after the.
All right, Rob will hang out in the back corner if you don't
definitely
get your question asked, or if you ask that question.
Okay, so how to build and verify custom computation. So right now, so the point of something like GPC is it's general purpose circuits, which means you get these kind of like Lego bricks basically to build up your proofs. That gives you a reasonable amount of flexibility. It doesn't give you the same amount of flexibility you would have if you were writing your own code in Circom, for example. So right now, there are a few different ways that kind of flexibility could be achieved. But it's not easy to support certainly using the Z API. That's not an action that you'd be able to take right now. So you can't put totally custom circuits in there. You are limited to what you can configure using the options that GPC gives you. Having said that, GPC is very configurable and flexible, and you can compose some pretty interesting proofs using that. So I'd recommend reading the documentation on GPC and just getting really familiar with what that can do.
We'll make this the last question, this top question here, Rob, and then wrap.
It seems users can log into ZooPass by email verification even when they lost their passwords. This is correct. You can do that. You can log it. So if you lose your password, you can reset your account in ZooPass, and that will reset your account. You will lose access to whatever encrypted data you had previously. So your end-to-end encrypted backup will no longer be accessible to you because the password is the decryption key for that end-to-end encrypted blob. Because a lot of what we do in ZooPass involves tickets, there's a kind of complicated authentication system here where if you prove ownership of an email address to ZooPass by verifying your email, we give you a cryptographic credential that says this person has proven ownership of this email address, and then you go to, like in the case of Devcon, you go to Devcon's ticket server. This is kind of behind the scenes in ZooPass, but it will go to the Devcon server and say like, hey, I have ownership of this email address. Do you have any tickets for me? And then they will issue you a ticket to the identity that you're presenting. If you reset your account, you'll get a new identity, so you'll get a new public key, but you will be able to prove ownership of that email address again. You become effectively the new owner. Your new account becomes the new owner of that email address. So when you go to the Devcon server and say, hey, like, can I have my tickets, please? You will get those tickets back, but they will now be assigned to a different public key. So you can't take over an existing account by resetting the email address, even if it belonged to you.
Amazing. Your Q&A stamina is impressive, Rob. I know you could keep going, but we're going to wrap, and we're going to give Rob a round of applause.
Thank you.
Just scrolling through, this is only showing a snapshot, just scrolling through Meerkat, there's a bunch of awesome technical questions that remain. As we mentioned, after Rob jumps off the stage, he'll be hanging out in the back corner. If you didn't get your question answered, if you want to find out more, please come talk to him. And that's it for this session. There is another QR code that's going to come up over my shoulder in a second. This was from Richard's presentation. Some of you might not have had a chance to scan it. This QR code will take you to the void. And if you were listening intentionally to Rob's presentation, there's been some third-party apps built on ZooPass where perhaps you can go craft some odd substances or psychedelic substances. You might want to find out what that app is. You might want to craft some substances. You might want to bring them along with you to the void, and you just don't know what you might find there. Thank you everybody for coming out. The closing session starts at 4 o'clock. There's going to be an incredible panel including our co-founders Justin and Gubsheep with Aya from the EF and a friend of Xerox Park, Nicholas Paul, who is the former executive director of the Long Now Foundation founded by Stuart Brand and Brian Eno. I think it's going to be a really interesting, philosophical, and engaging talk to finish out DevCon. So I recommend that you go to main stage for 4 o'clock. Check out the Void first. Thank you all for coming out and spending your afternoon with us. We really appreciate it. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.